is at 6:35, and that can be heard on 94.9. Is that right, 6:35?
Yeah, pregame at 6:20.
Pregame at 6:20. All right.
Well, we got to write down to the minute.
I love it.
it.
All right, so I'm going to start with this one. Rocco Grimaldi was back in the lineup last night. He's playing on that second line. Rem Pitlick was centering that second line. It was Tolvaden, Pitlick, and Grimaldi. Grimaldi had the first goal of the night, his 10th of the season. He's been a healthy scratch here for a bit. His speed, no surprise, really stood out, especially on that goal. Man, he was flying down the left side. Because Carolina brings a lot of speed to the table, how difficult, in your minds, did Rocco Grimaldi make John Hines' job in trying to figure out if he belongs in the lineup or not for round one? What do you think?
I thought everybody that was in there last night certainly brought it to the table and took it upon themselves to say, I want to show that I belong in the lineup, that I'm an option for you. And John Hines said that after the game. And Rocco is no exception. He made a great play. And I thought it was interesting that it was on the penalty kill, right? Because if you think about Rocco's role since he's been here, he hasn't played a lot of special teams. He's played a little bit of power play, a little bit of penalty kill, but he has not been in the main rotation in either one. And so to me, that is something to consider, is when you take each guy, you ask yourself, like, what role is he playing, right? Is what line is he playing on? Is he going to help my penalty kill? Is he going to help my power play? And so I think he played a great game. He was flying. I mean, Rocco, Jake Gardner on that goal at the beginning, he starts skating backwards. Oh, I got him.
Yeah.
I'll cut him off. He's not going anywhere.
Uh-oh.
Rocco blew by him. It was over.
Whoops.
Jake was like, whoops. Sorry about that.
That didn't work.
That didn't work. And, Rocco, I thought throughout the night was moving quick, that he was showcasing what he can do. But that being said, I just think that their recipe for how they're going to try and go about beating the Hurricanes is going to be with toughness, size, grit, savvy. And I think Rocco right now, to me, is just a little bit on the outside looking in. It's not anything against him, but this is part of the issue. They got everybody back now, right? They knew when they signed everybody before the season started, they were foreseeing COVID issues, roster issues, depth issues. And as it turned out, they needed all those guys, right? They played 38 guys as the season concluded. All those guys that played last night, they had all at least played one game before, right? That's pretty telling of all that they were dealing with. So they've got some tough choices, right? They're going to have 5 or 6 guys that played during the season that won't dress for game one, right? It's just math. Do you guys feel differently?
Yeah, no, I agree. We're gonna get into some of those, but I'm saying, like, he does fit this matchup well, and it's interesting because his speed is something you cannot ignore.
Yeah.
And Carolina,
if you don't play fast against them, it's going to be a long night. Yeah,
you're toast. And so he brings that element to the table. It shined last night, like you said, a shorthanded goal. They had 2 shorties last night. But what he did coming down the left side, and you're right, that guy was like, hey, I got this. And then it was like, oh, I don't have this. Right. Whoops. And Peter Mrazek may have said, I've got this, and then went, oh, no, I don't have this.
Yeah. Peter Mrazek looked a little shaky last night.
He did.
I think we know who's starting game one for Carolina.
I was going to say, for a guy that came in with a career record of 10-1 against the Predators, he did not look like that guy last night.
No, but I was about to say the fact that they could do what they did last night was, that's got to be a confidence boost just for the Preds because, for whatever reason, like you said, he's always been really, really good against them, no matter what team he plays for.
But Sarah Sivian told us yesterday she believed Peter Mrazek would get the nod.
Yeah.
Right. And before the game. Now, after that game, would you still say the same thing? I'm not sure. But because I do think he looked – you got to realize that Mrazek has been injured twice during the season. His numbers were still phenomenal. He's like 1.77 or whatever his goals against, but that took a little hit last night. But if you take a look, he hasn't played a lot. It's my gut feeling that it's just a no-brainer. Mace feels the same way. I was asking him last night. He thinks, especially based on what we just saw, Nedeljkovic because Nedeljkovic, that game the Predators could have run away with the game on Saturday, just like the opposite was true. Like if Saros wasn't great on Saturday, Carolina could have won the game 4-1 or whatever. That just shows you how important the goalie is.
I know that Carolina didn't have their full lineup suited up last night. Neither did the Predators. But I do wonder what the feelings were in that market in Raleigh. I wonder what the feelings were in the organization. I wonder what the feelings were in that room about a team that they were 6-0 against. And did anything in these last two games, Saturday and Monday, have them going, I don't feel the same as maybe I felt throughout the course of the season.
I'm curious to what you I have a thought, but I'm curious to what you say, Willie.
Well, I said this last night on the broadcast. My thought is Rod Brindamore can use that because he can now tell his team, hey, if you thought you were just going to roll through whoever finished fourth,
right?
You might want to rethink that and realize that you're going to have to play some great hockey to advance. The Carolina Hurricanes have been that team over the last couple years that snuck up on a couple of teams in playoff series. Remember, they just buzzsawed the Capitals a couple years ago. They just rolled right through them.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, people were saying, "Oh, the Rangers! Oh, look at the Rangers! They swept they swept Carolina during the season."
Radio.
This is gonna
hands up.
I mean,
and what did I do after the first game?
You're like, "Uh-oh."
No, I didn't say uh-oh. I said I picked the wrong team.
Yeah,
I picked the wrong team. Like the Rangers are not winning this series. That was a bad pick, and you guys both took Carolina.
So Rod Brindamore is a great coach, and I think one thing that this does is it eliminates any kind of sneak up on you kind of thing.
Agreed.
Right?
Totally.
So that's one thing. But
if anything, it helps the coach, right? Because if he thought that maybe they were like in cruise control or they weren't going to take this,
we got
series,
these guys. We beat them 6 times.
Right.
Yeah.
This helped him.
Yeah.
Get everybody refocused.
I think he'll use that. The other,
he can say, "Hey, what I tell you."
But the other thing that I think is now true, the one thing Carolina does not have many weaknesses, but it is true that with the Predators' new look, with the big guys out there, right, the big guys who can skate, because they can skate well enough, that there is a physical intimidation thing that the Predators are trying to use on them. They used it Saturday, and even last night. Matthew Olivier comes back in there, and he wanted to make it clear to everybody that he's the biggest, baddest dude out there. And if I get in this series, you better take note that I'm out there. Nino Niederreiter, who is an edgy, tough playoff guy, who happens to be the guy
who knocked out Saros.
Yeah, everywhere he went last night, there was a guy on the herd that was right up in his face.
Yep.
Right, they didn't let him breathe, and he's one of their tougher guys, but he's not a heavyweight, right? He's got 20 goals, right? But he's a playoff kind of guy that likes to get under people's skin. I think that element, and this is what Hal and Mace have been saying throughout the year, that's what you got to realize with this identity, that the herd, it's not just kind of a cute, hey, look at these guys running around, they're big. There is something that sort of permeates the whole game with what they do, because when Tanner Jeannot runs, when you run somebody on the other team, there's going to be a response, right? Somebody's going to come back at you. But there's nothing that nobody on their team can do anything physically to those guys because they're bigger and badder. Who's going to knock over Tanner Jeannot? Have you guys seen Tanner Jeannot really get knocked over? He's the guy. He's dishing it out, and then he challenges you.
Yeah.
Right. If you get up and say you got a problem with that, what are you going to do about it?
Other guys say I don't want any.
Exactly. They turn and go, okay,
hey,
I'll
we're
see
good,
you later.
Man. Yeah, we're good, bro.
Yeah.
I didn't see anything. We're good, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what Carolina's dealt with this before.
Of course.
Just a lot of teams deal with that, and sometimes they're just good enough. It doesn't really matter. But I'm curious to see what that looks like in the postseason, because quite honestly, Nashville's never had that before.
Yeah.
They've never had that before.
So the thing that I look at going into a playoff series is it's natural, of course, to go back and look at the regular season matchups. And I think this year is different because there were so many more, because you only played your division. So you saw 8 games with these two teams in the regular season. So it's hard not to rely upon that. But with that said, I look at how both teams are playing at the time the playoff series start. And I think we all agree how the Predators have been playing. I think it makes the matchup maybe different in your mind now than it did potentially 2-3 weeks ago. But I'm not going to take a ton away from, last night, because it was a completely different lineup, and then Saturday as well. I think I think the Predators will be a tough out. I don't think we're doing predictions yet, but
No.
I still think
We
Carolina.
got time.
Carolina's the better team.
When you don't even know when the game's going to get played,
Yeah, we got time.
we got time.
But Carolina is the tougher team, the better team, because of things that we have been saying pretty much all season, of the speed that they have, the skill that they have. It's hard to, lay some big hits like we've seen the Predators do, because those guys are so fast. Now they figured it out as of late. Totally different team, but still some of the same key pieces will say, hey, they've been in this situation before where they've gone up against the number 1 seed and look what happened. So you can't underestimate a team like that. Plus the player mentality that Rod Brindamore still has, that's certainly going to come out when he's talking to his players. But I think they know.
Well, I think that's the reason I bring up Rocco Grimaldi, because I do think he's a smart coach. I do think Carolina does not want to get into that. They don't want it that type of style. I think that they are going to be all about their speed. I think it's going to be all about trying to run away, and because they have speed and skill, right?
Yes.
Which is a dangerous combination. I think they're going to not run away as in we're scared, we're running away. Run away from them as in we're not going to engage in what you want us to do, because you want us to do that. That's what you want us to engage in. And I'm not saying they're backing down. I'm saying that they don't want that type of game. They want to use their speed and their skill and take that element away from Nashville. And I think that's what Brindamore is going to try to do. And that's why I started with Rocco, because if you think that's what they're going to do, and that's just what I think, I don't know what John Hines and his coaching staff thinks that they're going to do, because I think it's pretty clear. I think it would be foolish, quite honestly, for the Carolina to want to engage. They're not, like I said, they're not going to just totally back down, but that's not their game. Like, that was the thing about the Chicago series. Like, it was a bad combination, lack of speed and lack of physical element. Like, that
Right.
was a really bad combination, right?
No doubt.
So Chicago had nowhere to turn. It's like, well, we can't run away from them. Yeah, they had skill, but we can't run away from them. We don't have a physical element. It's a bad combo in the playoffs.
That will be because when Carolina's on, that's what it's team tenacity, team. It's not even like straight ahead speed. It's just the in your face kind of play. Mike Kelly, who you guys were teasing me because I was nerding out when you guys were interviewing him. I was driving after getting my
I hate that you
routine
missed that.
COVID test, driving out to Brentwood for the golf tournament.
Yeah.
And, one of the things he said about Carolina, he said they are the best forechecking team in the
league,
NHL.
period.
They're also the most difficult team to forecheck against
Yes.
because their defense is big, strong, and they move the puck really well. That says a lot, right? So they don't misconstrue what you see out there, because Aho's got some skill. Svechnikov, unbelievable skill.
Yep.
Man, those guys are scary good. But they don't have to beat you by fancy plays, right? They can play the game, which works in the playoffs. To dump it in, go get it. Just because we're going to swarm you, you're going to make mistakes. We're going to full court press you. Then we're gonna get our offense off of that. We can play that game. So that's what you're up against.
I'm just saying they don't want a Rangers Capitals type of game. That's not what they're looking for.
No.
And so if you know that, or if you think that, aren't you trying to counter then? Yes, you don't want to get away from your physical element, because that has been a part of the 20 wins, the 7 losses, 27-1 in the second half of the season. That's a big part of that. It's a big part of that element. 20 up, 7 down. But you also have to try to counter a little bit of what they're going to do. And does Rocco fit into that?
So who comes out?
I don't know. I know. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah, because also the next few days you got to wonder about Victor Arvidsson too. Is he
Brad
in the picture at
Richardson
all?
going to be in there in that series?
He's another guy in the bubble who I think brings a lot to the table. He's a guy that
I'm going to be honest, just based on what I saw last year with the Coyotes did to the Predators, and Brad Richardson was a big part of that, I kind of want him in there. That's just
if there's
me.
a space like Olivier, it looks like he's ready to jump in there. I'm not sure he'll be in there to start. I don't think he will.
He's another one.
Not in game one, but guys get hurt.
Think about the way he was playing.
Sometimes you need a shake up. Yeah, it was looking good.
Which really is a credit to Tanner Jeannot, right? I mean, who in the world thought the way Olivier was playing that he could be replaced?
Yeah.
And Tanner Jeannot came in, replaced two guys.
Sure.
By the way, McCarron was back in there. First time he's played since the suspension. And Jeannot has been that good that McCarron didn't see a spot, and Olivier just came back, and we're not even sure if he's going to be in the series.
Well, Jeannot is Olivier with a little bit more skill, right? A little bit more discipline, right? That's the only thing about Olivier. He does take some penalties. Now, he's going to dish it out. I love having him on the team. Like, he might be the baddest dude out there in terms of just pure strength. But you see Jeannot, right? He's just got a little. That play he makes last night is a big time play.
Yep,
unbelievable.
He just out efforted the guy.
Mm-hmm.
The guy's like, "Oh, I got this. I'm trying hard." Jeannot just would not be denied.
No.
And he had the hands to finish it. That's the other thing. Like he's got 5 goals in
15 games.
Really 14, because the first game he played was way back, and he really didn't play much.
It was
in
a
that
cup
game.
of coffee.
Yeah. So since he's come back up, he's got 5 goals in 14 games.
I don't think he's coming out.
Oh, there's no way he's coming out.
I know.
Well, I think the herd that we've been seeing, 13, 10, 84, you can book that. That's going to be a line. And how much does this come back to a discussion we've had for over a year? Tell me what we're getting from 95 and 92. Like last night was kind of what if these guys are bringing it?
I hope that was the wake up.
Are you saying keep that line intact?
I don't think it would be to start, but I think they were putting those 3 guys together for a reason.
Oh, I don't think there's any
doubt. Just to take a little look at it. Yeah.
I don't think there's any doubt. I said in pregame last night.
Yeah.
I don't think there was any doubt that was a take. Let's take a look at
this.
Because
Tolvanen in the playoffs, we got to see.
Sure.
Right. We got to see.
Been there.
Like, I love having Tolvanen on that power play. I mean, he's a weapon on that power play. And he played pretty well last night. But since he's come back from the injury, will we all agree he hasn't been quite the factor that he's been? So I think that's kind of okay. If Tolvanen is a little bit in over his head, if he can't quite do his thing, 9, 95, 92, that opens it up for a Nick Cousins to get back in the mix, or Brad Richardson, like you said, or if you want to throw a speedy guy in there like Grimaldi, you have more options lower in the lineup if you elevate Duchesne. But that comes back to the question. Are you getting the very best of Matt Duchesne? If you do, that's a whole nother thing.
That's what I hope.
Hands. You saw the hands last night. Yeah. That's what got him those contracts, right? That's what has everybody. We haven't seen that in a while for him. He was talking about that. He goes, I don't know why nothing's gone in for me, but it just felt good for the puck to go in. You could feel his confidence going up.
We'll come back. Doug Scopel. He's a happy man. Sounds back at it. It's been a while. We're going to talk to him to close out the first hour. But right now, I'm going to clear my throat. And I want to talk about big names that are headlining this weekend's UFC 2. I don't have a cough button. I don't know what else to do. I just have to turn it off. UFC 262 card this weekend. Tony Ferguson, Michael Chandler. There will be no shortage of action. And DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC, has a heavyweight offer for you for this weekend's fight. How about 100-1 odds? One fighter will be walking away with the belt, and you could be walking away with some cash. All you have to do is just pick the main event fighter you think will win. And DraftKings Sportsbook will give you 100-1 odds on that fighter. That's right. You bet $1 on a select fighter. If they win, you win $100. There's no better way to put your MMA knowledge to the test than to put your money where your mouth is, and that's with DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't worry. If mixed martial arts isn't for you, DraftKings Sportsbook offers great odds and promotions on basketball, hockey, and so much more. It's safe, secure, and reliable, so you can deposit and withdraw your funds at your convenience. Just download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app. Right now, use that promo code 1025GAME, and when you sign up, turn $1 into $100. All you have to do is pick the main card fighter to win. Place your bet and watch the fist fly this weekend. That code again, 1025 game. Your chance to put $1 and win $100. Just pick the right fighter. They win, you win. Limited time, only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Remember, you must be 21 years of age or older, Tennessee only. Restrictions do apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call or text the Tennessee Red Line, 1-800-889-9789.
From working at home.
God, 17 games is so idiot. I hate the NFL.
To working on that honey-do list.
It's like you look around and go, what is happening? How does this happen?
Nashville's best sports talk is always at your fingertips. Just search the game Nashville in your app store and download it today. And keep it locked on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
1025 The Game.
From the Fox 17 News Code Red Weather Center.
I'm Fox 17 News Code Red meteorologist Dan Guthrie. Mix of sun and clouds today. Afternoon highs topping out in the upper 60s and lower 70s. A few light scattered showers will be possible this evening and overnight. Rain totals will be minimal.
This weather report brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Call the happy face truck today.
Ryan Porth here for TwinSpire Sportsbook, which I'm excited to announce is now live in Tennessee, and they're coming out of the starting gates with their best offer yet for new players with 1 week of risk-free bets up to $1,000. I know I can't wait to take advantage of this, and you want to as well. Just download the TwinSpires app using promo code FREE1000 to get started. Void where prohibited. Must be 21 or older and physically present in Tennessee. See full terms and conditions at twinspires.com. Gambling problem? Call or text the Tennessee Red Line, 1-800-889-9789.
There's a place full of summer fun and thrills for the whole family, where you can fly on world-class coasters and spin, play, and laugh together, where you can ride, slide, and splash the day away. Visit Kentucky Kingdom and Hurricane Bay. 2 parks for one low price. Save on family fun with our out-of-state offer. For only $39.95, visit one day and get the next day free. Plus, get free soft drinks. Details at KentuckyKingdom.com.
Nashville Sounds Baseball is back, and you can hear every game this season on ESPN 94.9. It's been over 500 days without professional baseball in Nashville, and First Horizon Park is ready to reopen its doors on Tuesday, May 11th for opening day when the Sounds host Memphis, the AAA affiliate of the St. Louis Cardinals. Celebrate the return of Sounds Baseball with a special post-game fireworks show on opening night, Tuesday, May 11th, and don't forget to visit Third and Home, Nashville's newest sports bar. For tickets, visit NashvilleSounds.com.
Bring everything up to speed with the Novatech Managed Office. Novatech's Managed Office portfolio consists of 4 key pillars that provide a unique, holistic approach to business technology, bringing together hardware, software, and services for IT, print, cloud, and security. Novatech's mantra: get it all, get it right, and get it now. From a technology partner you can trust. Let Novatech manage your business technology so you can focus on what matters most, your business. Learn more about the Novatech Managed Office and request a free Office X-ray technology assessment at novatech.net. That's novatech.net.
Jared Stillman.
I wonder if second round might be where they address the starting tight end position.
And company.
I think he's someone that gives you that ability to not be so predictable.
Tune in Stillman and Company for your drive home. Weekday afternoons from 2 to 6 on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app. Interact with Darren, Daunic, and Chase. Call or text the show at 615-737-1025. Driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com.
Appropriate music bringing us back here on Darren, Daunic, and Chase on this gorgeous Tuesday morning. We are here at Third and Home. First Horizon Park. There's a reason. Darren McFarland, Willie Daunic, Chase McCabe. Now joined by Doug Scopel. He is the VP of Operations here. And I'll tell you what, it has been a long time since we've talked about action here at First Horizon Park. I'm sure you know the days by now. Exactly how long it's been. Do you know the count?
616. Not that we're counting. That's
a lot.
That's Labor Day of 2019 is the last time we had a game here. So
Wow.
we're just slightly itching to get back to what we do. Yeah.
Slightly is probably putting it very mildly. Let's start with, before we get to this homestand, getting back in action, where we're sitting right now. This is the first time I've been in here. This place is just fantastic.
Yeah, so it was built last year to coincide with the opening of the season that wasn't. But wonderful for those of you that haven't seen it. I encourage you to come out. So there's a wonderful view over our left field here in the sports bar called Third and Home. It's just another example of kind of the ballpark neighborhood that was envisioned by Carl Dean way back when we built the ballpark, and it's fun to see all these elements keep popping up around the ballpark centered around what we're doing.
We actually, Willie, used to work with somebody back in the day that lives in those, I guess those are condos right there, back when nothing was here. They still live there. I've told them every time I see them at a Sounds game, your property value's probably gone up about 10 times since this whole area. I mean, just think about it. They were looking at nothing before all this, and now look at this area.
Well, as Doug, as you pointed out, like it's really connected the older part of downtown to Germantown, and so now it just sort of flows all the way through, and now you've got this little community with ballpark. If anybody's been to Wrigley Field, that's the ultimate, right? The Wrigleyville they call it, just places to go all around the park. You've got that here now.
Yeah, and there's still stuff being built, but
Yeah.
we're surrounded on all sides. Even the state has built a whole bunch of new stuff on the other side that's kind of contributed to that side. It's been wonderful.
So what is that next door? Is that Brooklyn Bowling?
Brooklyn Bowl. So that's it's an entertainment venue that Live Nation's involved with. They, again, were scheduled to open last year because the concert industry has been down. They're hoping to get back to going June-ish this year. So, again, they're going to have events. This bar is going to be cranking, all the other stuff in Germantown. It's going to be a fun place to be when we have games. Or not.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. Even like non-game days.
I've been here for Titans games when you guys first opened, and obviously it wasn't packed because of COVID, but it was still as much as you could get in. People come in to watch the games, and such a cool atmosphere, and the backdrop of the stadium is certainly nice.
Yeah, we'll get to our game stuff in a minute, but we've had, you guys were out there. We had batting practices for fans, and there would be people here eating lunch, hanging on the drink rail, like heckling the people taking batting practice.
Yeah, I heard a few.
Yeah.
They thought my whole thing was a shtick, and I was like, no, it's real. It's legit.
But yeah, no matter what we got going on in the ballpark, everybody has a kind of a front row seat here from this bar, which is fun.
We kind of all feel like that we've taken stuff away from, going through what we did in the 2020 calendar year. And yeah, most of it's not going to be anything we really want to remember, but there are some things that will come out of this. And I do wonder if what you guys did last year, when unfortunately, and I know you were trying to start up, there were leagues, and just everything just kind of unfortunately fell apart. But did you end up having the batting practices or a practice like our team, our 8-year-olds? We had literally a 2-hour or hour and a half practice on the field, and it's something that all of us will never forget. It was an awesome night, and I know in talking with people in this organization how big of a hit that was. I suspect you're probably going to find ways to still incorporate that, even though baseball is back.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And to your point, but we had so many different business models in 2020. We kept trying to do different things, and because of health department restrictions or whatever, we couldn't get everything going. But the batting practice thing is something we've never done. We're going to continue to do it. We did some month before this season. We're going to bring it back in June this year and somewhere down the road. We had work from home plate where people could come use our suites to be a place for them to work and just have the look at downtown in our ball field, just as a different point of view rather than sitting on their couch. So, those are, pandemic specific examples, but it definitely got our minds going, got our creative juices going. What else can we do in this ballpark around the 60, 72 baseball games that we have on a calendar year?
Doug Scopel is with us from the Sounds. Doug, you've got great perspective because you go way back into the Greer Stadium days when this place was only like a vision, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was my mic that we've been on. Yep, sorry. Darren, wrong button.
Darren, stop pushing
Darren, stop pushing buttons.
Sorry.
But, now that you see this, Doug, like when you envisioned it back then, is this matchup what you hoped for?
I think so. I mean, that was kind of, like I said earlier in my comments, having that ballpark neighborhood look. It's taken a few years for everything to come up around it, but I mean, this has been great. Our players obviously have a first-class facility, from the playing field to the inside stuff that a lot of the fans don't see. But from the experience standpoint, we feel like we just keep building every single year, doing something new, adding another layer, more buildings come around us. I think it's just growing into what I think everybody saw, not just us as it sounds, but the city folks, the neighborhood, all those. I think it's been a hit because I've been to several minor league cities where they'll build a new ballpark and maybe put it in a spot. Okay, we're going to put that out there and stuff will go to it. And you look 10 years later and there's been nothing other than a ballpark. And here it's been instant and it's been pretty awesome.
It is. Doug, you're a baseball guy too, and I want to ask you what we can expect with the new layout first of AAA, and then we'll get to the next level when the guys coming up because that's a factor as well. But do you like how? I mean, it seems like this just makes a lot of sense the way they've done this with the teams.
Yeah, it does. It's almost going back to kind of the old, and for those who've been in Nashville forever, the old Southern League model back in the day when the Sounds were AA, and you would play teams that you could bus to within a handful of hours. It made no sense why we were traveling to the West Coast to play teams like Tacoma and Fresno and
you used to have to book all those flights, right?
Yeah, but I mean, no offense. Those are good teams, but now we never played the Braves affiliate. We never played the Reds affiliate. Like those are teams we're going to play 4 or 5 times this year, which are fan bases that people that grew up in Nashville. That's kind of for the most part, teams you followed or the Sounds or whatever. And it's so much easier. The schedule layout's easier. We're playing basically 6-game series, which is easier on the players. It keeps them safer, but it makes a whole lot of good sense, and it should have happened a lot sooner. Willie, to your point, yeah.
Well, and so Doug, this is a story you could tell. I remember in the press box there were times where you were literally, maybe a rain was coming in, and you would be trying to book the flight to get to Fresno or someplace like that, and you're trying to figure out, do I fly, through this city or is there a direct flight, and what does it cost? And you're going over it with with some of the guys up. I mean that is something that is just unseen by a lot of us, but that's a big factor for the players.
Yeah, and this year we're doing almost all bus trips. I think we have like 5 flights, and they're direct short flights, which make it easy. But yeah, it's taken a lot of stress off a lot of people's plates. Yeah.
Doug Scopel is with us from the Sounds, and all right, so we've talked about the realignment and actually playing, teams that make a lot of sense, but kind of a little bit of a homecoming too back with the Brewers.
Yeah.
I know that spending so much time with them as an affiliate, some of the great players that we saw at Greer Stadium, like a Prince Fielder being probably the biggest. What's it like being back with the Brew Crew?
Yeah, it's like a homecoming, kind of like you said. I mean, we had 10 good years with them and then been away from them for a little bit, but it's, all of our fans developed because of we had really good teams there. We made the playoffs, I think 3 times or 4 times in 5 years. Our players went on to have really good big league careers. So that stuck with a lot of fans. So when we had the assignment that we were back with the Brewers for this year, a lot of people just were generally excited because of the memories that they had already forged. And moving forward with them, I mean, they've been a team that's been competitive at the big league level in not a huge market, but they've been in the playoffs or around the playoffs for the last, 4 or 5 years. So obviously they're doing something right, and we're happy to be a part of that moving forward. Yeah.
I've always thought it was cool that the Preds minor league affiliate was Milwaukee, and Milwaukee's minor league affiliate is Nashville. There's always that connection there. Is Tim Dillard going to re-sign because he's been here so many times?
We all push for that. Tim actually retired, and he is actually working on the TV broadcast crew for the Brewers now.
Nice.
So he's still part of the
good
family.
hire by them. Wow.
Yeah, and hopefully he'll he still lives in Nashville when he's not up there. Hopefully he'll be part of what we're doing when his schedule allows.
Very, very cool.
Yeah, such a creative dude.
It's amazing. If you're not following Tim Dillard or Dim Tillard, as he's known on Twitter, you should be.
So the game day stuff, if what can people expect this year if they're coming down to the ballpark or if they're coming to third and home and want to check things out? What's kind of the lay of the land from that?
So for our first 3 games today through Thursday, we're at a 40% capacity maximum in the ballpark per all the health code stuff. But then starting on Friday, we'll be able to go up to pretty close to 100% in the building. Major League Baseball has certain attendance policy things, like we can't put people first couple rows close to the field to keep the players safe.
Sure.
But really, I mean, masks are going to be required when you come in. That's, again, a Major League Baseball mandate for us. We're still going to social distance where possible. We've got 4 sections through the whole year that we're going to sell social distance spaced seating. If people aren't comfortable coming in and sitting right next to somebody, we still want them to have an option to come out and enjoy. But other than those sorts of things that we've all really been living through for the last year anyway, it's getting back to what we do best at the ballpark and the crack of the bat and having a beer and a hot dog and having our giveaways and letting kids run the bases on Sundays and Booster running around hugging people or whatever. So we're just able to get back to the fun stuff that we do and hope that people in Nashville or wherever come back and join us and get back out of the house and have something fun to do that's outdoors and safe.
You mentioned the beer and a hot dog. Is anything different with concessions, with any of the guidelines in place?
This is an important question.
It is very,
yeah, you know,
very important question.
He's been dying to ask this.
Again, we're outdoor venues, so really once we get to Friday, all of those restrictions are kind of peeled off. You know, every year we do a few different things here and there. I know there's a new, I'm going to mess it up. It's a screwball peanut butter slushy at the bandbox that has like Reese's Pieces in it. We've got we've got a new taco cart that'll be kind of right behind home plate on the concourse. There's, of course, every year we have new concession items. The bandbox will be what the bandbox is, and they have a cool menu with local vendors that they use. So, you know, regardless of what we're going on, whether we're coming out of a pandemic or not, the thing we've always tried to do is never keep it the same. We always want to have something new or different for fans, whether it's the first time they're there or whether they've been with us the whole time, just to keep it fresh. And regardless of our restrictions, we're still doing those sorts of things with our operation.
So this homestand first giveaway, but magnets, right?
Well, we got magnet schedules, and then we're doing little, our country music legends racers. We have Johnny Cash, Reba, Dolly Parton, George Jones. We're doing little wind-up racers. We have a Johnny Cash wind-up racer that we're doing during this first homestand.
Nice.
Yeah, and then of course, over the year, you can have a set of 4 and go home and race them and bet with your kids on who's going to win that race.
I always love the magnet schedules. I don't know why I love them so much, but I've always enjoyed. I'm just so glad that they have.
Me
it
too,
like,
because you put them right on the fridge.
right, you put them right on the fridge, and you always have a reference. You don't have to go get on your phone or get on the computer. Does that make me old? I don't know, but I guess you're still doing them, so people like them. I mean,
it's a good marketing piece, but you're right. It's a good reminder, whether you put it on your fridge or on your office cooler or whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hey, it's good to be here.
Yeah, great to have you guys back. I can't wait to open those gates at 5:30 today and just welcome everybody back.
Fun.
And say hi and thank you, and let's have some fun.
No doubt. Good to see you. Thanks for doing this.
Yeah, happy to do it. Have me back anytime.
Well, we will. If you invite us, we'll be here. He's Doug Scope.
We like being out. Yeah.
VP of Operations here, Nashville Sounds. We'll come back. Hour number 2 of Darren, Daunic, and Chase next.
This is Dante Fabro, and this is Nashville. ESPN at Forsberg, who fumbles it. Now here's Fabro, You're listening to the flagship of the Nashville Predators radio network, ESPN 1025 The Game.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
Hey, Sounds fans, Jeff Hem here with your Nashville Sounds update on ESPN Nashville. Tonight's the night. Baseball returns to First Horizon Park for the first time in over 600 days as the Sounds enjoy their home opener against the Memphis Redbirds at 6:35. Yesterday was a scheduled off day. Sunday, the Sounds got rained out in Toledo, Ohio, so they come into action tonight at 3-2, ready to take on the Redbirds. They hit 12 home runs in the first 5 games of the season. Corey Ray and Zach Green each have 2, and 8 others have at least 1. 3 infielders on the left of second against Zach. He reverse shift, and he swings, and it's a high fly ball. Deep center field. Hill's back on the track. Looking up. That ball is gone. The Sounds take on Memphis tonight at 6:20 the pregame, 6:35 the first pitch on ESPN 94.9. This is Jeff Hem with your Nashville Sounds update on ESPN Nashville.
Homeowners, if your mortgage rate starts with a 3, you can save a ton of money with Loan Pronto's zero-cost refi. Hey, it's Willie Daunic. You got to check out Loan Pronto, loanpronto.com. It's all new here with an all-digital platform. They make home mortgage refinancing fast and easy with super low rates and 0 closing costs. You can end up with a lower house payment with no cash out of your pocket. It's incredible. Loan Pronto makes it easy. They can close in 3 to 4 weeks with no paperwork and no big bank hassle. Loan Pronto can cover all your closing costs. No points, no attorney fees. In fact, most Loan Pronto refis don't even require an appraisal. So call now and ask about the Loan Pronto zero-cost refi, 615-499-5780. Do it now and even skip your next 2 house payments. Call Loan Pronto, 615-499-5780 or loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender. NMLS 1661781. Subject to lender approval. No cash refi not available on all loans.
Boomboss Craft Pizza and Tap House in East Nashville is now open and back with their award-winning pizza. Try out Medium Mondays with BOGO deals on all medium pizzas. Tap It Tuesday with $2 select pints and kids eat free. Wine Down Wednesdays with half-price Asiago cheese bread and bottles of wine. They've even got half-price Bloody Marys and mimosas from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. And don't forget about their daily late-night happy hour from 9 p.m. to close. Boomboss Craft Pizza and Tap House. Pizza, beer, sports. We'll see you there, Nashville.
Blood Assurance, Nashville's only community-based nonprofit blood center, needs your help now. Blood donated today can literally save the life of someone here in our community tomorrow, but the blood supply is currently at an all-time low. Right now, all Type O donors will receive a $10 Amazon gift card to help with this area's desperate need for Type O blood. Blood Assurance has locations in Franklin and Clarksville, plus mobile locations around town. Go to bloodassurance.org for information. That's bloodassurance.org. Give blood, give local, save lives.
Nashville's best sports talk, locally owned, home of our Nashville Predators. WPRT FMP Grove, 97.5 Murfreesboro, WBUZ HD2 Laverne, online at thegaynashville.com. We are ESPN 102.5 The Game. Live from the Wholesaling Studios, powered by RumbleOn.com. It's time for Darren, Daunic, and Chase. With hosts Darren McFarland, Willie Daunic, and Chase McCabe. On Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Second hour at Aaron Daunic and Chase here on this beautiful Tuesday. Third and home. That's where we are, First Horizon Park. Their first home opener in over 600 days. Here today, they are hosting the Memphis Redbirds. Don't miss the cure for our friends Cystic Fibrosis Golf Tournament. That'll be May 15th. That's 4 days away at 12 Stones Golf Course in Goodlettsville. Some of the teams include retired Titans football players who will be hanging around after the tournament for an after party, which includes catered dinner and live music. Cure for Our Friends Golf Tournament still has a need for a silent auction item. So if you can help out, please do so. For more information, we found it at cureForOurFriends.org. Thanks to Dad's Towing, Mitchell Motors, and Nashville Wrecker Services for being the tournament sponsor for the 2021 Cure for Our Friends Cystic Fibrosis Golf Tournament. We're expected to be joined by David Poyle here in about 5-7 minutes on the program. We'll have a good chat with him, his weekly with us. What a night it was last night at Bridgestone Arena. Pecorine getting the shutout, the Predators getting the shutout, and they take the last two from Carolina after going 0-5-1 against the Hurricanes this season. They get a couple of wins to close out their regular season. And it's pretty interesting. Florida and Tampa were battling. Florida took both of those games. Tampa's been
quite handily.
Quite handily. Yeah, they shut them out last night. They won, I think, 5-1.
I mean, both
Saturday.
were runaways.
So that's going to be interesting to see. Tampa's been sputtering down the stretch. You know, are they indeed going to have Kucherov and Stamkos? I don't know. We're about to find out. The way they've played in their last 10 is, what is that any indication? Florida, they lose Ekblad. They really didn't miss a beat. And I know that's not because, you know, he doesn't mean a ton to them, but they have found a way to continue to patch things and just keep rolling right along. So they're going to have home ice in that series. And then, of course, Carolina and Nashville are going to turn around and play each other too. So it's interesting. Those two series to end the regular season, well, all four teams are going to suit up, turn around, and play each other in round one.
I was just reading J.R. Lynn's account of last night's game, which is excellent. If you want to go to the Nashville scene or check it out, you know, via Twitter, you'll be able to see it. And he pointed out, I hadn't thought about this, but you got in the Central Division, right? You have 4 teams from the Southeast that are playing each other. That's an interesting geographical bracket, right? So one of the 4 is going to be in the Final Four. So somebody from the quote non-traditional market will make it. We know there will be a Canadian team in there. Obviously, there'll be a team out in the West and in the East. So there's going to be like 4 different sections geographically that eventually will make it to wherever they're going to play these games. I don't know what's going on in Canada, if they'll be able to travel freely for that. I'm not sure if they've decided that. I haven't been looking.
Are they moving to Buffalo too?
I don't know.
I mean, like the rest of Canada?
I don't know.
I mean, I think that has.
I don't think Vancouver's going to Buffalo, or I mean, not Vancouver, but Edmonton. For example. So I don't know, but JR has a fun account of last night that I would recommend reading. But this is something, Darren. This was a question, right? And Adam Vingan, I give credit all year long for being sort of the guy saying, "But what about this? Are you really good? Like, you got to be better at this." One thing that was a big theme early on, the Predators could not beat Carolina, Tampa, and Florida. They were 1-11-1 against those teams the first 13 meetings. 1-11-1. They're 6-5 against them since. So now last night, are there circumstances? All of these things, yeah. But I think it's clear. And this was David Poile on the day of the trade deadline. Their record wasn't a whole lot better against those teams, right? Now they ended up 24-7-1 against the bottom teams, including 5-3 against Dallas, which was huge. But he said it on the day that they decided to roll with the guys they had, right, and not sell. He said, "I've got a good feeling about this team. We've got to prove that we can play with the top teams." And since then, they've done much, much better. Much, much better. It gives you a little more hope about their chances in this series, even though from afar, they're going to be a big, big underdog. I don't know if the odds are out or anything like that yet, but there's no question they'll be a big dog.
So are they?
It's almost like David Poile knows what he's doing or something. It's kind of funny.
Are they going to play all these games all week and start the playoffs as well? I mean, there's so many teams that still are making up games. I mean,
well, Elliott told us last week that what he had heard was the U.S. would start.
I think Vancouver ends in June. They're
right.
games, so.
But what Elliott had said last
games.
week was that the U.S. would start the 15th, and Canada could start a few days later.
The thing that's helping the league is that it's pretty clear cut out of that division who's going to make it. There's only playing for seeds now. Otherwise, you could almost cut it off.
But the Vegas Colorado thing is not wrapped up.
Well, yeah, but they're going to play. They'll play in the next day or two and finish that up. I think.
Well, Colorado's
got two more games.
So they got
right?
2 more games in hand against LA.
Right.
But
you just play those games.
But that's a big. But I'm just saying. I know, but they're not scheduled to finish. Colorado's scheduled to finish on Thursday.
Right. But that's not uncommon that you finish the season. The season, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, usually ends on a Sunday on a normal year, and then the playoffs would start on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So there's usually only a couple days between the end of the regular season and the start of the playoffs. Now, because they finish on Monday, they're going to have a little bit more time. Matt Benning was saying this in an interview on our broadcast last night with Kara Hammer. He said it's going to be weird because we're used to playing. If we're not playing today, we're playing tomorrow. Or we play 3 in the next 4, 4 in the next 6. And now you're going to have this gap for both teams. They can rest, they can do some things, but there's also going to be an uncommon, like, oh my gosh, it's been a long time since we played a game, whenever it is that they take the ice, which I wouldn't think. I think somewhere Sunday, Monday would make sense as long as everything falls into place with the rest of the schedule that's got to be played. Significant games.
It feels like Saturday, Sunday, Monday, somewhere in there is kind of when they'll get going. But hopefully we find out something, pretty soon, because I know we all want to know to plan and
ask Adam. Adam Vingan knows, right?
He seems to
every
find
year
out a lot
he gets
of things.
flooded with the tweets. Adam, when is the playoff schedule?
I don't know who's calling me from Laverne, Tennessee right now, but I'm busy.
It's somebody that wants to know when game 1 is.
I don't know.
Give him Adam's number. Text him and say, just call Adam.
Adam knows. Wasn't there a sign back in the day of, I can't remember if it was David Clymer, who it was from the Tennessean, that had like a giant billboard of their face and it said like so-and-so knows, and it was the Tennessean. That's what we need now with the Adam and the Athletic.
Oh boy.
So looking forward to hearing what David Poile has to say, not only about last night, but knowing that he's got a playoff series to plan for. And I think it'll be a fun series, because I just, like we were saying earlier, the way this team's playing right now, I'm curious, just out of the big three, which is Carolina, Tampa, Florida. I think do we all agree that Carolina is definitely playing the best? They're probably the best from top to bottom.
I mean, I think you could also make a case for Florida.
You could.
Florida's got to feel pretty good about what they just did to Tampa.
So would you go Carolina, Florida, Tampa if you were ranking?
Yeah, well, because I mean, Carolina came into this 2-game set. But they had 13? Was it 13 straight games? Point streak? 13-game point streak?
Yes.
So I mean, they're number one, and then probably Florida too. I mean, Tampa. Like I said, I don't know it just depends on who you talk to, right? Everybody's got a different belief. It's kind of like momentum, right? If you talk to enough coaches and players, everybody's got a different belief in momentum. Some players, coaches don't believe in momentum. Some do. What you believe in, that proverbial switch, right? Can you flip a switch? Some don't believe in the switch. They believe this is who you are. And some do believe that you can flip the switch. So I don't know. I guess it's who you talk to. I think we've got David Poyle. Let's go. Let's bring in the Predators general manager, David Poyle. He's on the line with us. David, good morning. How you doing?
I'm good. That was a special night last night. Boy, oh boy, that was, as they say in life, things that you just don't expect or spontaneous things like what happened in the game, and then for specifically for Pekka Rinne, that was awesome. Just I've had a lot of good memories of my time here in Nashville, but that's right near the top. That was a special night for him and our fans, and just boy, it was a tearjerker. It was really emotional.
Were you responsible for writing the script, or who wrote the script last night?
As I say, I think everybody's wondering what Pekka is going to do, and I've told you on the show before, and Pekka and I have not talked about this year. I think it's I know on my side it's purposeful that we haven't, because I want to see what he's thinking after the season, and I'm certainly open-minded to what his thoughts would be. And I thought if he wanted to have the conversation, we would. And even last night, I see him when he did talk to the media, he doesn't want to close the door, and so and again, it's an unusual situation when you're in the playoffs. And I think again, if we're going to have any success, I mean, as well as Juice is playing, we're still going to need both of our goaltenders to play. And obviously, as we saw last night, Pekka still has games. So I don't know, just was an awesome experience last night. That's for sure.
That sounds like a shirt you can put in the pro shop. Pekka has game.
Pekka has game. Yeah.
I like that.
Put that next to We Vibin'.
David, I'm sure you were in your customary spot watching the game. We all know where you usually sit, but just tell us, as it all unfolded, like you said, it was so organic, right? It wasn't like the team put up signs saying, come for Pekka appreciation or anything. It just felt that way, right? But from the moment one, he makes this great save to start the game. Just tell us, as you watched the emotions flow through that building, what that was like for you.
Just a bunch of different levels. Of course, it crossed my mind, honestly, that, would this be Pekka's last game, because it started to be written about and speculated, and a lot of stuff on the social media. And I'm thinking that, no, we're making the playoffs and he's going to be playing more games for us. And nobody really knows what the future holds. He's the only one that can really decide if it's time or not. So, just the game just seemed to build up and build up. I mean, on the ice, we were doing well. We were scoring goals, and then they'd come down and he'd make a really good save. And every time it was almost like he had a standing ovation. And then, people were chanting his name, and it just, you had goosebumps. And then of course, you start getting superstitious. Okay, it felt like we had the game in hand, but now can Pekka get a shutout and all those things? And then we did it, and the game is over. So you're just watching the players go to see him, and I'm not thinking anything else is really going to happen. And usually when the game is over, there's good applause, and you can start seeing people file out to head home. And I mean, there was not one person that left that building last night. I mean,
not one.
Nope.
It was unbelievable. So it just got better and better and better. And I saw his comments too, that he's okay, guys, let's get off the ice. And then they basically told him to take a victory lap. I believe that's the first victory lap in Predators history. So if anybody should have gotten that honor, it went to the right person.
I know he has said that, or his agent has said that he still wants to keep playing. So, I mean, do you have any vibe as to like how he feels about what that means? Keep playing. Is that in any role, or does he have a specific role? Like it has to be, he still wants to be a starter, or is he okay being a backup? I mean, do you have any vibe whatsoever what that means from his agent?
I don't, and then have not talked to his agent about that. He's from Finland, and obviously, I think it'd be very attractive to play in his home country or to play in Europe. I think we've gone through the passing of the torch, if you will, to Juice, and I think everybody would say this year has worked out really well. And for those people in short memories, Juice got hurt earlier in the season, and Pekka played 9 games in a row, and did very well during that period of time. And then, so as I'll say for the second time, Pekka still got game. And I mean, he's such a great teammate and an unbelievable mentor to Juice. So, the door is certainly very wide open for us. And again, I'm not looking for any conversation in a hurry here because I want to be playing some more hockey. But I'm wide open to what Pekka might have to say at the end of the year.
When did you know? When did you and your staff? When did you know you were onto something with him? When did you guys get in a room and go, "Wait a minute, this looks and feels a whole lot different than maybe we thought," at the beginning, on draft day? So when did you know that? Do you remember a moment, a time where you guys looked around and said, "I think we're onto something with this Pecorine guy from Finland"?
Well, as we know, the story's been told many times. They get drafted in a round that does not even exist in the draft anymore, and then the story that gets probably exaggerated more and more that Ray Shiro went over and watched him and warm up and what have you. I think we have a little bit more knowledge than that. But in any event, he played another year over there and got in a starting position. Then he comes over to Milwaukee and had 2 years under his belt and was looking just terrific. So I guess if there was a time, it certainly was in Milwaukee where we got to see him under our organization and see his development. What happened in his third year, we were pretty well committed to putting him on our team at that time. And then at training camp, he got beat out by Dan Ellis. It was really close, but Dan Ellis beat him out, and Pekka went back for another year in Milwaukee, if you can believe that, for 3 full years in Milwaukee before he came up to play here in Nashville. But as I've told many people, oftentimes we rush players and get them up here, and they have more struggles than they have do good things, and you kind of hurt their development. I think with Pekka, it just was a great development curve from back up in Finland to being a starter to coming over to Milwaukee to earn his stripes, and then playing 3 full years there to finally becoming a regular, then a starter here in Nashville. And I'm sure if we sat down and talked to him, he would say that all of that just continued to give him confidence and to make him a better goaltender all along. So I mean, it's one of the best stories that we have to tell in our organization to any younger kids that are coming in. So great story, great win last night.
Thank goodness for the 8th round back in 2004.
Yeah.
I'm glad they didn't switch it. Yeah.
How tough is Rocco Grimaldi going to make things for you guys on figuring out whether he can crack this lineup or not?
Yeah, we got a lot of tough decisions. I mean, you saw last night when we set out some players to play some other guys. I mean, that's one of the things that we really have got going for us in this crazy season is that we've developed a lot of depth and a lot of players that maybe were not considered guys that could play regular a couple of months ago that can play regular now. I mean, it's not only Rocco, but it's guys that have been in and out of the lineup from say Richardson or Cousins or Tolvanen wasn't always playing in a regular position going way back. Olivier wasn't playing in a regular position. People like Tanner, are new to the team. On defense, you got we traded for Gabranson. He's played well for us, but he set out one game. You saw a young player like David Ferrens play last night. I thought he played terrific for his second game in the league. So I think when we go into playoffs, we have to have the mindset that we're going to play hard every night and that we're a deep team, and we could be making roster moves, changes every game to suit the matchups that we want or to change things around. So yes, I think we have some tough decisions, and Rocco played really well. I think Rocco fits good against Carolina because of his speed and he killed penalties last night. So again, it's going to be important for sure who our lineup is in game one. But I would like to think that this is going to be a long series, and I think that there's going to be a lot of players that we choose to play on different nights based on how we want to change things up. So big decisions ahead. If we get John Hines, we got 6 days to make those because it looks right now without it being official that we're probably going to open up on Monday, by what I understand. But that's don't take that to the bank just yet. But I think that's going to be the day.
David Poyle with us, general manager for the Nashville Predators. We're always looking for clues on that because everybody wants to make their schedule of when this game one is going to start. But David, let's wind the clock back a little further. You had a press conference on the day of the trading deadline. You had traded for Eric Goodbranson, and there was a lot of speculation, wonder in the weeks leading up as the team started to play well. What would you do? But you said on that day you really believed you saw something pretty special developing, and not everybody bought in at the time. They were like, is he sure? And one thing you said is this team now has to prove that they are a playoff team, and to do that, they've got to play better against the top three teams. And that has happened. It's not like you guys have dominated the top teams, but you have had some success against the top three. It's got to feel pretty good for you to be rewarded with how the team has responded with the opportunity that they were given.
Yeah, it's been as difficult as the first half of the season was. The second half has been really a lot of fun. It's been tight every game, but we've been coming out on the good side. I mean, I think we finished 27-1, something like that. And just to, it's straight up with the top teams in the league. So I really feel good about that. And as far as the trading deadline and not making a lot of moves, I mean, again, giving Juice a better team to play in front of, what has that done for him and the record that he has? Say Alex Carrier playing with, for the most part, with Matthias Ekholm. What's that done for him and his development? Tolvanen playing with Joey and Philip Forsberg. Tanner Janot getting into the lineup playing with Colton Sissons. Luke Cunningham, who's played really well, like playing with Michael Granlund. I'm saying that because there's all those names where guys that were speculated it might be traded. So all in all, I think it's worked out, really good. And as I said at the time, not only for today, but I think we're a little bit clearer on our future, which seemed to be a little murky at least halfway through the year.
David, let's go even back further. In the offseason last year, you guys said you wanted to be a little different. You wanted to change the identity, create a little bit more of a toughness. You said, okay, a little less skill, a little more will. And it took a while, right? I think John would be the first to tell everybody that it didn't fall into place right at the start. They had some hardships. For example, you just mentioned Mikael Granlund. He was stuck in Finland for the immigration for a long time. There was quarantine issues. There were a lot of things that maybe slowed the process. But how happy are you with your coaching staff and the group for sort of, it didn't happen overnight, but this was kind of the vision you had, wasn't it, when you retooled the roster some?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just as you correctly pointed out, there were so many things that were difficult to be in the season, or whatever could go wrong seemed to go wrong. But the coaches have done a fabulous job in terms of bringing it all together, and getting everybody playing the way that we need to play winning hockey. I mean, as I said a few times, I mean, the pinnacle of our franchise, of course, was in 17 when we went to the finals. 18 was a terrific year when we went to the President's Trophy, but we didn't do well in the playoffs. And since then we've been okay, but not great. I think it's playing a different team, different players. Resetting expectations for everybody. The fans, our players, et cetera, et cetera. It's not as much talking about the winning the Stanley Cup as much as it was about playing a certain way as a team and fighting to get into the playoffs, which we've accomplished. And now that we're in the playoffs, there's only one thing I know for sure is that there's not anybody that has any clue who's going to win the Stanley Cup. You might think you know who, and you might bet on somebody, but I guarantee you nobody knows. And all I know is we're one of 16 teams. So coaching staff did a great job while the players, really got their act together, if you will, and got back to playing what it takes to play winning hockey. And again, as you can see, regardless of who's in the lineup right now, we have a lot of confidence in the style of game that we play, and that we can sustain an injury here or there, a lot of different things. So I like where we've come in the second half of the season for sure, and I'm really looking forward to playing Carolina, who's arguably one of the 2 or 3 best teams in the league this season. It's a real tough matchup for us in a lot of ways. Statistically, the goals they score, the power play, their penalty killing, a lot of different things. But I like the way we're playing right now. So we're gonna show up in Carolina for the first game, see what happens.
We're talking to Predators general manager David Poile, who joins us every Tuesday at 11:15 here on Darren, Daunic, and Chase. And David, I know you're biased. We're all biased, but watching what John Hynes has done, especially in the second half of the season, how deserving in your mind do you think he is of some Jack Adams Awards votes?
Well, it's again a little prejudice there. Of course, I think he deserves a lot because it's based on a season-long award, and nobody has come from as far off the pace as we have. Nobody's had as many injuries. Nobody's used as many players. Nobody's used as many rookies. I know other teams have had it difficult too with this COVID and the pandemic, but if we got to compare apples to apples, I think coaching staff has done as good a job, and John, as the head coach, has really found his place in our organization, found his place with our players, and I think the buy-in has been is kind of the proof of the pudding in terms of how we played in the second half of the season. So Pierre LeBrun sort of did a survey of one of those anonymous polls on who should be the coach of the year, and it was won by Rob Brendamore, who happens to be our competition, and I don't believe that John got any votes, and that's kind of disappointing to me. So let's continue this in the playoffs, and we can maybe change that narrative, because he's very deserving of some consideration based on the job he did this year for the Predators.
Back to something on Pekka for a second. Whenever you talk about the Predators, obviously the top players are going to come to the forefront. Your name is going to come up. The head coach's name is going to come up. This team has had 3 head coaches in its history, but only 2 goalie coaches, and Mitch Korn and Ben Vanderklok. How important has Benny been to Pekka, to Juice, for their continued development? And I know Pekka always has kind words to say about Mitch and Benny, but just your thoughts on what he's done for Pekka and for Juice these last few years.
Well, that's very good of you to point that out, because as a goalie coach, sometimes you're kind of behind the scenes a little bit. But if you look back from day one, starting with Mitch Korn, I mean, if you would probably pick one thing that has been maybe our calling card, it could be our goaltending. It's been really good almost our whole franchise, and Mitch led the way there, and then Ben has been a disciple of Mitch's and worked for us in our minor leagues and our development, and he's grown into a great goalie coach himself too. And Ben's got a great way about him, and he's got a great rapport with Juice and Pekka, and again, it's a little bit of an unsung hero. So I'm really glad that you brought that up, so that we can give Ben Vanderklok some kudos, because you can't believe all the work that they do in preparation and film and all these things. It's almost like they talk a different language than any of us in terms of goalie speak, and how they can pick apart the opposition's goalies and where their strengths or weaknesses are, and what to look for on shooters and all these other things. And another area this year that we've improved a lot in has been the shootout. And that's all Benny in preparation with the other teams, like who would the shooters be, where would they try to score, and vice versa. What would be the opportunities or the best places to try to score on the opposition's goaltender. So again, without the great goaltending we've had for Pekka, and especially Juice in this run this year. I mean, we're not in the playoffs, so hats off to Ben Vanderklok for sure. Great job.
Last thing, David, you talked about the turnaround, that nobody's had a better turnaround this season. What do you think? I know I'm asking you to put your finger on one thing, but if you could just say one thing, what do you think was the reason for the turnaround? I mean, it was a tale of two halves, this 56 game season. 11, 16 and 1 in the first half, and then 27 and 1. What do you think? What do you think was the reason for the turnaround? Where would you start with that?
In the 15 seconds that you're asking me the question, I'm really trying to think hard. But one thing, that's too easy. It's not one thing. There was many things that were wrong, and now there's many things that are right. It wasn't just one thing. It's many things. Of course, it's Juice and his goaltending. It's the some of the younger players that we brought in. It's the identity that the Herd line gave us. It was Tolvanen getting in there and the power play getting better. It was a penalty killing that was the worst in the league, improving, quite a bit. It was on and on and on. So, it's as much as we'd like in this society to have that instant, thing. It's a bunch of things. It's the coaching, the improvement, the style of play, what it's going to take. It's many things, but we got it to this point. We're in the playoffs, and like I say, I'm really excited to see what we can do against a very good team in Carolina. And I just like the way our guys are, the compete level that they give every night. So hope springs eternal.
Sounds like teamwork makes the dream work. That's what that sounded like. David, thank you so much, and we are looking forward to seeing when the schedule will come out and get this thing cranked up for round 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Thanks for the visit, as always.
Okay, guys. See you next week. Bye-bye.
All right. That is David Boyle, Predators General Manager, every Tuesday at 11:15. We'll continue on. More on the other side here on Darren, Daunic, and Chase. We are live here at Third and Home, First Horizon Park. Sounds have their home opener tonight against the Memphis Redbirds. First pitch at 6:35. Pregame at 6:20. Everything heard on 94.9. We'll come back. More on the other side. ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Toward the net, the back end of the score!
The Stanley Cup playoffs are returning to Smashville.
I'm happy with what I'm seeing out of the Predators. They're playing hard. They're playing together.
We've got you covered with the only Preds talk in town.
You're going to have your big players play really well.
On Nashville's best sports talk,
ESPN
102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Nashville's home for Major League Baseball is 102.5 The Game and ESPN 94.9. Tune in for the biggest games every week. The place to bet MLB is the all-new Twin Spires, now live in Tennessee. Download the Twin Spires app today.
The incredible tax refund sale is going on now, and Electronic Express is guaranteed to have the best prices. Huge savings in every department, including all 4K TVs, home and car audio, computers, smart home, mattresses, and more. Plus, save up to 50% on all appliances from LG, Whirlpool, GE, Samsung, and more. In stock and ready to deliver. Plus, up to 36 months free financing. It's the incredible tax refund sale at Electronic Express. We make it happen.
Houston Clinic Orthopedics at TriStar Hendersonville Medical Clinic offers world-class orthopedic care. The doctors at this location specialize in hand, knee, shoulder, hip, foot, ankle, and spine, and general orthopedics. They accept walk-in and same-day appointments. Get back to enjoying life. Schedule your appointment online at tn.houston.com or just walk in to Houston Clinic Orthopedics at TriStar Hendersonville Medical Clinic. When experience matters, trust Houston Clinic Orthopedics.
Hey, it's Turron Davenport. You ever had to sit and wait for 2 hours or longer to get new tires put on your car? Well, you don't have to do that anymore. Call my friends at Freedom Tire Guys. They're Nashville's premier mobile tire company that does it all. New tires, balance, rotation, everything. And they come to you. Your work, your job, your house, you name the spot. Head online to freedomtireguys.com, fill out their tire calculator, pick your new tires, and schedule your service date. It's that easy. If you don't see something you like, give them a call and they'll find it for you. Check them out today at freedomtireguys.com.
This is Carl Sholin, St. Andrew Sewanee School Head of School. At SAS, we've created a safe environment for in-person classes, including weekly COVID testing of our entire school community. Learn more about fall admission at sasweb.org.
Frontier, the all things basement company, is the one to call for expert foundation repairs. Did you know that foundation problems can negatively affect your home's safety and value? Foundation issues only get worse with time, so repair your foundation before it becomes a bigger and more expensive problem. If you have settlement, sinking, wall cracks, or uneven floors, call Frontier, the all things basement company, for a free inspection at 615-285-5799 or online at thebuzzfrontier.com.
The Predators official podcast with Brooks Bratton and Thomas Willis.
The Predators have the opportunity in their hands.
You're going to be able to test yourself against the best teams in the league.
Tune in Saturdays at 8 on Smashville's Best Sports Talk.
ESPN
102.5 The Game.
Hey, this is Jordan Rodgers, and you're listening to Nashville's Best Sports Talk, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
As I say, I think, everybody's wondering what Beck is going to do, and I've told you on the show before, and Beck and I have not talked about this year. I think I know on my side it's purposeful that we haven't, because I want to see what he's thinking after the season, and I'm certainly open-minded to what his thoughts would be. And I thought if he wanted to have the conversation, we would. And even last night, I see him when he did talk to the media, he doesn't want to close the door, and so and again, it's an unusual situation when you're in the playoffs. And I think, again, if we're going to have any success, I mean, as well as Juice is playing, we're still going to need both of our goaltenders to play. And obviously, as we saw last night, Becca still has games.
David Poyle here on this show, Darren, Daunic, and Chase. By the way, Thomas Vokoun will join us at high noon. Looking forward to him and talking to him and getting his reaction. Pretty special night last night at Bridgestone Arena. So, Willie, we were all talking about this during the break. So I guess I'll just start with you, since you seem to be the first one to jump out at something, or something jumped out at you when David Poyle said the door is open.
Right. I think I was impressed with David Poyle this week. Last week when we were talking about this, it just seemed like he was really carefully choosing his words. Wasn't quite as, decisive as he was today. I loved how he answered the questions today. It seemed like, he was just full admiration, which we always knew that they had. But, when he said the door is open, I just think that leaves no doubt that the door is open for Pekka Rinne to come back next year and back up, which is, like I said, that's my selfish vision, right? Me as a guy that loves that guy, like everybody does. We want more, right? We're selfish. We don't want this to end. We don't want that to be the end. But as you said, Darren, he's got options. And David Poyle said, it will be an option for him to go back to Europe. He can do that. But I think that is really what we're looking at here is there will be an option for David Poyle for Pekka Rinne to sign as the backup next year. That job is open.
Sure.
Or that job, and he's the guy they want for that job.
Right.
Did you have doubts before hearing that from him? Because I did not.
I didn't, but I never heard them say that publicly.
But
But there was a time early in the season where Pekka Rinne's numbers didn't look very good. Now the team as a whole was struggling in front of him, right?
His numbers didn't look very good either.
Right.
Well, but I think there was a time where Saros started, this season's had a lot of twists and turns.
Well, this is the 11-16-1 patch. I mean, that's where everything looked really, really bleak.
Right. And the long story short is that I think any doubt that Pekka Rinne could be the backup, we were I'm telling you the numbers down the stretch. Now, this is what again gives me even more conviction. Like it's the perfect fit. At age 39, I don't think your goal, you don't want an age, unless you're superhuman like Marc-Andre Fleury. Now, is Pekka superhuman? Maybe. He's a special guy, as we know. But I think it's just ideal for him to play. I don't know what the number of games. It could range from 25 to 45. But I think he could be, if there's a stretch where he needs to play 9 or 10 in a row, I think he can still do that. He's going to keep himself in great shape. I think the key is, what's the price? And what's the price for UC Saros? They've got to sign him as well. He's a restricted free agent, but they've got to come to a number because that's your budget. You only have a certain amount. You've got Granlund, you've got Forsberg, you've got Ekholm, you got all these guys that you want to try to figure out what you got. So it's a piece to a big puzzle.
I think what's interesting is everybody kind of has their own takes, right? Because none of us know. So you just have your own feelings, your own gut feelings, your own takes. And I kind of feel like but this is the way I look at it. Like, one, I've said without a doubt, without any hesitation, for a good while since we've been talking about this, he was never going to play for another team. All that stuff that was thrown out, like, I never ever said, I never even had a hesitation that he would ever suit up and put on another jersey in the NHL.
He will not be a member of the Kraken. He will not be a member of
that is
anywhere
that
else.
is like, there's no doubt. Like, I would go down with the ship. I mean, it would be Titanic, hand on the wheel. I'm going to the bottom of the ocean with the ship. I'm not getting off. I'd have to see that to believe it. That's how I felt about that. That notion, that storyline that's been out there for a little bit. There's no way. I would be wrong. If that happened, I'd just raise my hand and say, I was wrong. There was no way you could convince me otherwise until I saw it, right? And I still believe that way. So that one, to me, like, that card is over here. It's on this table. It's separate, and I still don't believe it. And I don't think there's any scenario that will play out where he's playing for another team other than the Predators. No way. No way, no how. The other scenario is what you just brought up. Like, it's never been to me about whether David Poile and the Predators would want him back as a backup. This is just my opinion. It's never really, and I realize there is a business side, and yes, if Pekka says, I need $6 million to be the backup, then we all know, like, okay, then, David Poile's
I don't feel like
yeah,
he's going to do that, though.
And right. And I know that's not right. Knowing what we know,
This feels like Mike
David
Fisher.
Poile's not going to do that. And Pekka would not do that. So we know both sides. And I don't think this is going to be a squabble over money.
No.
So therefore, I kind of eliminate that because that is part of the business and it would factor in if there was that issue. But I just don't see that being an issue. I don't see that on his side, Pekka's side with his agent, and I don't see it on David Poile's side. So I don't see a squabble over money. I don't see them going, no, wait a minute, that price tag, it's not about the price. So now take that out of the equation. So now the part to me that has been the sticking point, and Willie, I kind of felt, and I don't know if you've changed, but I kind of felt like there for a good while when we had these discussions, and I guess you still feel the same way today, that you have felt like Pekka is just is totally comfortable in his role, and he's fine being the backup. And I have said that has been my sticking point. Like, I'm just not ready to say that without knowing for sure. I just don't know how someone with his competitive juices and the way he's wired, like a lot of professional athletes, how he just woke up and just said, yeah, okay. Yes, he's going to say all the right things, but that doesn't mean privately that's how he feels. And my gut feeling, my feeling is, I've said, I'm just not so sure he really wants to be a backup. He's never going to say it out loud, but I'm just not so sure privately he does want to be a backup. How do you just turn that part of you off and just say, yeah, I'm cool? Like, last night was his first start in a month.
Right.
Not because he was hurt, because
and
he's
not
just
because he was playing bad.
just because he was
Yeah.
sitting and watching because that's his new role.
But also because the guy that has been playing off the charts. Unbelievable.
But I'm just
play
saying,
the hot hand.
I think you still feel that way, and I'm going to say I don't. Like, to me, this is about, is Pekka okay being the backup? And I feel like I don't think he's just so accepting of that role. So therefore, I think he still wants to be an everyday player.
Right.
So-
in Europe?
In Europe, yeah.
Okay. That's the choice.
This is my counter to that. I think you are right for if the goaltender's name was Tom Smith or Carey Price or Marc-Andre Fleury. I think you are 100% right. Any other goaltender, I think, yeah. But I think UC Saros is different. I just think it is. And I think that it's not that he necessarily says, yes, I want to be.
Are you saying because of the relationship?
Yes, I think he's more willing to take this new role that he has been in because it's to his little brother, however you want to put it. I just think that their relationship is one that is a little bit bigger than everything else that we're talking about.
I agree with you. I think that helps him cope with the situation that he is in. But I think if Pekka was hooked up to a machine, I think the machine would tell us he's going to say all the right things. And that relationship, like I said, helps him cope in the position that he's been in for the second half of the season. But I do think that ultimately he still wants to be in a starting goaltender.
Well, if the machine didn't tell you that, wouldn't you be concerned? Of course you want him to think that way.
Well, but no, not if he's saying this is where I'm at because of my age and because it's time for UC. No, he doesn't have to think that way. He could say, I'm fine. I mean, there's starting quarterbacks in the league. You either can make that transition and say, okay, now I'll be the backup and I'll hold a clipboard. And when the time is right, Neil O'Donnell was that here. Neil O'Donnell was at one point, he signed the biggest contract in the NFL when he went to the Jets. He led the Steelers to the Super Bowl. That's all he knew is how to be a starting quarterback in the league. And yet he had to accept if he was going to continue that he was going to be the backup, and some do, some don't. I suspect Alex Smith could be on somebody's sidelines this year as a backup without a doubt. Who knows, maybe here. But it seems to me that Alex Smith has said, yeah, you know what? I got back. I proved to everybody I could play again. I don't want to be a backup holding a clipboard. That's it.
Yeah,
I'm
but
done.
Neil was.
I'm not a starter anymore.
But at the time that Neil O'Donnell was signed here and Floyd signed him, yes, Steve McNair was the starter, but Steve McNair had not become the guy yet. And there was still, I think, a little bit of uncertainty of can he truly be the guy? And so I always looked at Neil O'Donnell as the backup, but more of an insurance policy too.
I think Steve.
Similar to what happened with Tannehill and Mariota.
No, Steve was the starter. He just got hurt.
Right. And so all of those things.
And he had been the starter.
No, the doubt was with the fan base. It wasn't with the organization.
Right.
Like Floyd had no doubts. Like you're painting the picture. That's how Floyd and the Titans felt. And that's not true. That's how the fan base felt.
But he still hadn't become the guy.
Steve McNair was the guy.
He had been the starter for 2 years.
Let me tell you something. He was the guy. You're wrong.
Remember, Dave Craig had backed him up.
The Titans and Floyd Reese, he was without a doubt the guy.
Okay, but
the fan base had not accepted him as the guy. Neil O'Donnell didn't come in here because Floyd and the Titans weren't sure that Steve was the guy. They knew he was the guy. Neil was coming here to be a backup.
He hadn't gotten to the level.
Doesn't matter. In their minds, he was the guy. It didn't matter. Neil O'Donnell wasn't coming in here to be the starter. He wasn't in here to battle him in camp.
But you disagree that he was an insurance policy because of the injuries?
Right, but you just painted the picture that the Titans weren't sure that Steve was the guy, so they brought him in here to challenge him to be the guy, and I'm telling you, that wasn't the case.
Well, when I say the guy, I mean I factor in performance, injury, all those things, and the doubt was the injury, so that therefore
no, that's not what you said. No, you said he wasn't the guy.
No,
yet.
I know what I said,
and I said he was the guy. He was the guy.
Okay,
Neil O'Donnell was brought in to be a great backup. Great insurance policy.
I think what you're saying is he has
what I just said, insurance policy.
Yes,
that's what I meant.
He hadn't reached his heights.
Right, but he wasn't here to push for the job.
I never said he was here to push for the job. I said he was here to be the insurance policy. That's what I'm saying.
Right, but you also said he wasn't the guy.
Right,
like they didn't know if he was the guy. And he was the guy.
He had not reached his heights yet.
Understandable, but that's not the way they felt about him behind the scenes.
Right, they had no doubt that he would, but he just hadn't reached it yet.
Like the fan base, yes.
No doubt.
The fan base was very unsure.
Right.
Well,
no doubt.
there were reasons for that, and
I understand.
it's not necessarily good reasons.
Well, and I'm
not
going down that.
But that's not true with all of them. Like you can't paint everybody in a picture because to what we just said, he had not exploded yet. He had not had not made everybody feel really, really good about him being the every week starter.
So my point in all that is UC Saros has made everybody, team, fans, whatever, players feel good about being the everyday starter. But knowing this position and knowing how physical this league can be, knowing that he got hurt this year, I think that having an insurance policy like Pecorine certainly is what everybody would sign up for. to your point about Pekka still being a competitor and wanting to be a starter, I think that is very much 100% true. But I think he's more willing to take the insurance policy backup role to UC than he would be anyone else.
I think there's a lot
because
of
you get to
truth
live
to
in
that.
Nashville too. I mean,
Nashville, but really the UC Saros relationship, there's no doubt.
I think he enjoys playing with him. I do. I think they. I
Well,
think
he doesn't
they
know
have
any
a
different.
But how do you balance
You
that?
know?
But how do you balance
and
that?
I think you're absolutely right,
You know?
Chase.
Because here's the best example I could come up with, and I don't know if it's gonna work or not, but here goes. Okay, this relationship you have on this show. But Chase, we really need you to just kind of be a talking producer. But you really like us, and you love being a part of this.
I've had that conversation before.
I know you have.
But Chase isn't
you
at the end of his rope.
Right.
Chase is
Well,
up
okay,
and coming.
but
He's younger than
fair.
us.
That's fair. That's why, I said I'm talking out loud. I didn't say it was going to be a great example. Like, you're very comfortable. The relationships, everything is perfect, but you're not you're not in a starting role, so to speak, right?
Right.
I know. Like, I'm trying to weave it in there.
I
You
know
what
what
I
you're
mean?
saying.
But Willie's ultimately got the trump card. Like, if you were 69.
Why are you saying 69?
I don't know. I don't know.
Because Pekka won his 369th game.
I don't
last
think
night?
that's maybe.
Okay.
Very nice.
Totally.
1969. 1969 was a great year.
Mets,
Okay?
Miracle Mets, yeah.
You see,
The
I
amazing
mean,
Mets.
that you would have to say, I love this, but I'm not.
But I
in
know
a
I can
st-
do
but I'm
more.
not, all right, but I'm not in a starting role.
And that's the sure. That is where the
What is
comparison comes
this?
in. I don't know.
What-
There's
okay.
a
What
lot
is
of
this
fuzz-
thing flying?
There's a lot of fuzzy
Right.
things flying
We
around.
got fuzz. It's from a tree.
We have
Maybe it's warm and fuzzy feelings flying around. I don't know.
All right, but Darren,
What
here's
are
what's
these
wrong.
things?
Here's another thing that's wrong with your proposal. All
Okay.
right, so your choices for Chase in this, he's 69 years old, is you stay with a top level show, or you take the lead role, but it's at it's a smaller level show. It's a smaller station or whatever.
You
wherever
go
it's
from
gonna
the
be.
Yankees to the Marlins.
No, you're not even in the same league. I'm saying you're not going to the Marlins. The Marlins are in the major leagues.
You're going to the minors.
The choices for Pekka Rinne will be backup for the Predators, go somewhere else in the NHL, which we don't
That's
think he
not-
wants
no.
to do, or go to a different league, which
yeah, but
is
the
not
different
major
league
league.
is not KHL. Okay, he's not
He's not
going
going to the KHL.
He's not going to Norway. He would be going back to his hometown.
But it's not the NHL.
That's home. But that's home.
It's not the NHL.
I understand that.
He can still play in the NHL. I just think a competitor like him will want to play in the top league. Ultimately, it'll be nice to go someday. He could go back to that league, but he can still play in the NHL.
But you're saying with the Predators. Like I still
As a
don't think he
backup.
goes
As a
anywhere
backup.
else.
That's up to him. I mean, he's
Yeah,
got the
I
choice there. Like he could explore that if he really wants what you're
Nah.
saying. He wants to start.
Nah, I don't see that. I
Well,
really
just
don't.
think
I
he
really
will.
don't, Willie.
And
I,
he said that he wants to retire.
I just can't imagine. Honestly, it's not that bad. Like, I think if those are the choices, starter in the NHL for another team or home, it's home all day.
There's
It's
no place like
100%
home.
Yes.
There's no place like home. There's no place like home. There's no place like home.
That was at the Grove on Thursday.
That was good.
Willie,
We'll see.
we need to talk to Vokoon. So why
Yes.
don't you tell everybody about Loan Pronto?
All right, let's tell you about Loan Pronto. Loan Pronto is a great sponsor of ours now. They have streamlined the whole refi business, and I'm telling you, it is very, very convenient for you. Plus, if you're one of those people that has never paid any attention when you hear commercials like these, take the moment to make the phone call and just learn about it, because it's going to save you a lot of money. If I just told you, you might be in a position to save a few $100s every month just by paying less on your mortgage. You owe it to yourself to make the call. 615-499-5780 for Loan Pronto. 615-499-5780. Or if you've done it before and you're like, Willie, I know about this, but it's such a pain. It takes forever. No, Loan Pronto has changed the game. They're new, they're fast, they're easier, less expensive, and you're going to get that home loan or refinance your current mortgage. It's outstanding. Lower rates, All digital process, streamlined with no junk fees. 615-499-5780 for Loan Pronto. You can do anything that you want with that money. It might just be to lower your payment. But if you do need to take out some money to reinvest in your home for a home improvement project, or maybe wiping out some debt like credit card debt, you can do that as well. That's available to you. Make the call, 615-499-5780, or go to loanpronto.com and ask about their zero-cost refi. The zero-cost refi, 499-5780. Equal housing lender.
NMLS 1661781. Subject to lender approval. No cash refi not available on all loans.
Do you want to have a 1K payday? Head to theGameNashville.com and enter this keyword, WAD. You'll instantly qualify for $1,000 in this nationwide contest. Enter the keyword WAD at theGameNashville.com. The 1K payday. Brought to you in part by Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
From the Fox 17 News Code Red Weather Center.
I'm Fox 17 News Code Red meteorologist Dan Guthrie. Mix of sun and clouds today. Afternoon highs topping out in the upper 60s and lower 70s. A few light scattered showers will be possible this evening and overnight. Rain totals will be minimal.
This weather report brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Social Furniture is your local one-stop all-furniture store in West Nashville with over 100 styles in store and new specials every week. Social Furniture has you covered. At Social Furniture, you'll never be hassled when you come in. Their friendly staff will help you choose the right furniture for your home. Social Furniture offers same-day delivery and free curbside pickups. Visit Social Furniture in West Nashville at 5412 Charlotte Avenue. Forget the big box store. Support local. Support social. Social Furniture on the web at mysocialfurniture.com.
Sheet Metal Workers Local 177 is looking for the next great skilled construction tradesman out there. Are you unhappy with your current situation and seeking a better opportunity? If you have prior years of experience and are getting overlooked, it's time to advance your career and start your journey with Smart Local 177. They offer great benefits and job opportunities that are waiting for you. Further your career in the construction trade industry. Find out more at sheetmetal177.com. Smart Local 177 is an equal opportunity employer.
Sorry to interrupt your jams, murder mystery podcasts, or motivational beach noises, but we got something else you might like to hear. It's called cash. That's the sound of an extra $250 after your first 10 deliveries with Uber Eats. That's right, an extra $250 on top of all the other cash you'll make during those first 10 deliveries. If that sounds good, visit t.uber.com/extra 250. Uber Eats, deliver with us. Limited time offer, terms apply. See t.uber.com/extra 250 for more details.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
Hey, Smashville, it's Robbie Stanley, and I want to tell you about my friends at Spring Hill Heating and Cooling. They're locally owned and operated, and right now they're running a great tune-up special for one system for only $55. You heard that right? A great tune-up special for only $55. One of the many ways to save at Spring Hill Heating and Cooling, and right now you can get 6 months, no interest financing available on repairs. Spring Hill Heating and Cooling offering premium service without the premium price. Do yourself a favor and check them out at springhillac.com, your proud partner of Smashville Live.
Tune in every Wednesday at 4:30 p.m. for Nashville's own Jason Fitz with Jarrett Stillman Company. Fitz started his sports talk career right here on 102.5 The Game, and now he anchors shows for ESPN. Jason Fitz is brought to you by Blood Assurance. Give blood. Give local. Give life.
Nashville's best sports talk, locally owned, home of our Nashville Predators. WPRT-FM Pegram, 97.5 Murfreesboro, WBUZ HD2 Laverne, online at thegamenashville.com. We are
ESPN
1025 The Game. Live from the Wholesaling Studios, powered by RumbleOn.com. It's time for Darren, Daunic, and Chase. With hosts Darren McFarland, Willie Daunic, and Chase McCabe. On Nashville's best sports talk,
ESPN
1025 The Game.
Back here on Darren, Daunic, and Chase. Darren McFarland, Willie Daunic, and Chase McCabe with you here. We're live at Third and Home, First Horizon Park.
And what are we doing when that song
home
plays?
Opener. And that's what I was going to say. Like, honestly, if you've been in this town more than 5 minutes, 4 or 5 years, and you hear that song, our next guest is the only person you could think of, right?
And my arms automatically go into a shape of a V.
Like you just immediately go to our next guest. That's
I wonder
right.
if he ever listens to that anymore. If he just heard it so much that he just can't listen.
Well,
to it
and
anymore.
let's find out what the
Song
reaction
two.
is when Thomas hears
Blur.
that song. Thomas, how you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. Thank
Do
you.
do you feel the same way we do whenever you hear that song?
Yeah, it's in very distant memory, but yeah, I still feel when I hear that song, I think definitely of Nashville.
It's embedded in our brains, right?
Yeah, it's one of those things, like those. Once it's like one of those songs when you start singing in the car and get it out of your head. So
it was a pretty special night here last night. Pekka Rinne pitching the shutout, his 60th career shutout, doing a lap around for the fans. His teammates were all on the bench. Really, really special night. You've been watching from afar. One, the turnaround of this team, a tale of two halves of the season, and just seeing kind of Pekka's performance last night. And, we don't know what it means, but, where this is going from here. But it was just yet again, just in a long list of lasting memories in Bridgestone Arena. One of them was again last night. If you were in the house, it'll be something you'll remember for forever.
yeah, I mean, obviously still follow hockey, so I regularly must say. So, I kind of was on my phone checking last night, and I always, the teams you play for, you always check on them, and I saw he was playing, and I'm sure it was very special. I mean, obviously, we don't want to make any judgment on what's going to happen. I mean, that's for Pekka to decide, obviously, going forward. But whatever happens, I think it was a great night for him, and coming back and playing a game, and they winning, obviously getting a shutout and all that. So we'll see where it goes in the future. But obviously, if that was his last game in the regular season for Nashville, it's it reflects on his career like he had as a player there, and amazing career as a goalie and playing 15 years for the same team, and it's especially in these days, it's very special.
We're talking to Thomas Vokoun, and of course, for those that are maybe a little newer to Nashville, we've made the point a few times how popular Pekka Rinne is with the fans. If you were to do a list, there's no question in my mind that Thomas Vokoun would be on this list as well. So, Thomas, you know what it's like just when you really have the fans behind you, and there's sort of an emotional attachment that grows. And you could see Pekka, he was feeling that last night, right? He was reflecting on it after the game. As you look back on that, it was such a unique time. You got a brand new franchise. The fans are just trying to figure out, having a hockey team, what the game is all about. So as you look back, what's that like when you sort of make that connection?
I mean, it's special because as a player, I mean, you have to build it over time, and obviously, just the nature of professional sports, players come and go, and I would say probably 98% of the players will never have that connection with the fans, or stay in a team for long enough, or be under circumstances where something like that can develop. And when obviously when I was in Nashville, I felt like the fans appreciate what I did and how I play and all that. And obviously Pekka is a whole nother level. I mean, he played his whole career for one team, and not just play. I mean, he's a great member of the community. Did a lot of stuff away from hockey. A lot of people get a lot of appreciations, and deservedly so. He's I would say probably the most popular player that ever played for Nashville. So it was well deserved, and I'm sure that was the reason why he felt that way, and it was very emotional for him. So,
what was it like for you, Thomas? I'm just looking at your stats here, and I kind of realized this, but I wasn't sure. But the most playoff games you ever played was your absolute last year in the league with Pittsburgh on a nice run you guys made there. But, Pekka's got to decide going forward here, what does he want his role to be? Could he enter a season as the clear backup? So what was that process like for you? Because most of your career, as you ascended, you became an every night starter. Would that have been a tough adjustment for you? You were sort of in some different roles, but you still started your share of games pretty much every year you were in the league.
Oh, be honest with you, I really enjoy it. I mean, I was on a great team, my last 2 years, and I had a lot of fun. I mean, it's a little bit different mindset, but I think it actually makes it easier. When you did start before, and you come up there with the age and all that, and you don't have that always like in back of your mind. Okay, I gotta get another. I gotta play a lot of games. I gotta get another contract and all that. And once you kind of get past that, and you're kind of happy where you are. I mean, I really enjoy it, and I mean, just by looking at him the way he plays, and obviously health is one of the deciding factors for any player, especially in a position like like a goaltender. It's very key, getting older, and hips and knees and back and stuff like that. But I think he can easily play a few more years, and I cannot speak for him. Obviously, we're all different, and we kind of uh, look at things a little bit differently, each of us. But I enjoyed it. I mean, I enjoyed being part of the team, and kind of have the kind of a little bit of the pressure being lifted off my kind of shoulders, and just being the guy who's there for the guys when they need him, and support the other goalie. And at the end, it kind of turned out like I end up playing in playoffs and all that. So you kind of never know what can happen. And I really, really enjoyed it the last 2 years I played. So
when you first saw Pekka Rinne, you guys intersected just a small amount. You were, at the height of your career, he was a youngster. For the most part, he might have made a quick cameo appearance, I think, one year when you were playing. But in training camp and stuff, what did you notice about him? When did you first notice him?
Well, that's really easy. How tall he is, and
like, who's this guy? Look at this guy.
Yeah. I was like, oh my god! And quite frankly, I actually first time I ever see Pekka was when I was playing for in Finnish league during the 2004 lockout, and he was playing for Karpat Oulu, and I was playing in Helsinki, and we went up there, and it's far, far, far up north, and we're skating around in a pregame skate, and I look at the goalie, and I'm like, oh my god, this guy is huge, and they're like, yeah, he just got drafted to Nashville. I was like, damn. But I obviously. And then I saw him. He was in Nashville, I think, for at least a couple of years in a system when I was there before I left. And I met Pekka a few times. I mean, during those 2 years, and very high quality individual. And people always say that kind of thing, but like we all know, like, he's awesome guy. Always was a great teammate and team guy and all that. So like I said, great career, not just on the ice, but even off the ice, and he did a lot of good things, and I think that's why he's so popular, and the fans love him in Nashville. So
we're talking to Thomas Vokoun, former Predators goaltender, and Thomas, one thing that you and Pekka have in common is very early in your careers, when you got to Nashville, you got to work with Mitch Korn, the longtime goaltending coach here in Nashville. How much did Mitch, make you refine some of your skills that Pekka was able to do as well? But how much did Mitch influence you early in your career?
I mean, he did tremendously because he's very unorthodox the way he coaches goalies, and obviously people who know Mitch just by looking at him, and you would never think he would be he would be a goalie coach, and he he has this. I think the best part about him, he's like he has a good eye for what your strengths are, and he very he encourages you sometimes even like because there are always these tides and like how the goalies play. Okay, now the goalies play this way or that way, or more stand up or more in butterfly and all these things, and he's always open minded about all things, and he kind of helps you to choose the best possible way. And I think it comes from when he was the coach in Buffalo and he was coaching Dominik Hasek, who was like so unorthodox but so unbelievably good. It kind of show him, like there's many different ways you can play and be successful, but at the end of the day, the only thing it matters, it's not how you look or what people say about it, but it's how much you stop the puck. And I think that's one of his biggest strengths. He very focuses on that, and not necessarily Pekarina is going to play like Thomas Vakun, where I'm 5 foot 5'11", and he's 6'5". So he helps you to kind of understand who you are and what you're good at, and even what your weaknesses are, and what to do about them, and so you could be successful.
You say you keep up with things going on, especially your former team. So what do you see out of UC Saros as he has now become the go-to, the number one here in Nashville?
I mean, unbelievable season. I saw he was struggling at the beginning. I mean, it's always kind of difficult. There's a lot of things in your career which are difficult, and becoming from kind of being the backup to the starter and having that pressure on yourself, sometimes it's tough too. So I think, and there's been a couple of years in Nashville, people will start talking, okay, now they're gonna share, and it's gonna become more and more like UC's team and stuff like that, but it haven't happened. And this year he was kind of like forced into it at the start and kind of a little bit struggle, and then he came back, and I mean, I would even argue he was probably, definitely in top 3 goalies in the league. And, if you take that first month away from, in a season out, but, I think he he's got all the tools, and, what I like, even you can see size-wise, smaller goalie, but just because his athletic ability and skating ability, and, like obviously the way he reads the game and all that, and hockey IQ. I mean, I think he turned the corner and got that confidence. Yes, I can do it, and I can be successful night in, night out, and just believing kind of in his game, and on a regular basis, and he had a great season. I mean, I think he's one of the reasons Nashville turned the season around and made the playoffs.
You mentioned the struggles that he had at the beginning of the season, and sometimes when you get into a funk like that or a bad stretch, it can be mental, because so much of your position you rely on the mental game. So what were some things that you did to kind of to help with the mental side and not just the physical side?
If for me, I mean, it was to relax and kind of let things happen and enjoy the game, and don't take it so seriously, and don't if you fail, don't think it's like the end of the end of your career and all that. So it's we're all, like I said, just like the way we play, how our brain process things are all different. Some people are more relaxed and they're more kind of laid back and they just kind of go with the punches, and some people are more intense, and I don't know UC personally, so I don't know what his kind of mental makeup is. But for me, it was just and those things also happen. You need success, right? So once you get in and you have a good game to try to build on that, and things kind of open up and all that. But obviously, it's easier kind of said than done. And if you're in that moment and you've been waiting for your chance for a long time, and all of a sudden it's there and it doesn't go the way you kind of picture, but on the other hand, it could be a good thing too, because it builds characters that you understand. You always have to work and all that. And I think it was great for him. He has Pekka as an older goalie who been there himself, and obviously they have a great relationship, and he can help him. And Pekka is the kind of guy who helps the other goalie. He's not there. They compete. Obviously, it's always competition, and they both want to play and all that. But he's the kind of person that's not gonna try to hurt the other goalie or make a situation where it's hurting the team or whatever. So and that's honestly one of the reasons why I think, for him, it's definitely his decision. He has to know his body and all that. But I don't think for Nashville, I be honest with you, I don't really follow, how their up and coming goalies, what the pipeline is like, who they have, like young goalies and all that. But I think if Pekka wants to play, he can easily play, next year again. Obviously, with this season being kind of unusual season with no fans or limited fans and all that. So we'll see what the future holds. But I think right now you see obviously it's the clear-cut main guy, and he's been playing really well.
You're always nice to do this, and we really appreciate that. And by the way, you're still a fan favorite here in Nashville. I think you know that. And thanks for doing this, Thomas. We will certainly talk to you down the road, okay? Have a great rest of your day.
Absolutely, guys. Have a great bye-bye.
That is Thomas Vokoun. Man, he is awesome. Love when he comes on. We appreciate
Great
him doing that.
How about that story about meeting Pekka in Finland before right as Pekka was drafted? We drafted that guy?
No, his exact words were, damn. The fun fact.
That guy is huge.
Fun fact that I looked up and it popped in my head. Every team that Thomas Vokoun played for is in the playoffs.
Okay.
Florida, Pittsburgh, Nashville.
Take a look at his
You're
stats.
missing two.
Florida, Pittsburgh, Nashville. I'm missing two?
Mm-hmm. Now, he played in one game in one of these with one of these teams.
Oh, didn't he play like a game for the Capitals?
Well, no, you have him. That is one team, but Montreal. He only played one game for Montreal before he came to Nashville.
One period of one game, and it did not go very well.
It did not go well. He had a 714 save percentage and a 12 GA.
And probably somebody in Montreal said, that guy's done. His career's done.
Well, like he's told the story.
Kind of like Devin Dubnyk here.
Well, that was.
I was like, that guy's done.
That's actually true. No, he's told that story. We had him on Smashville Live, and he talked about that. And there were things that he needed to do better to make it to the NHL. And so it was 2 years later, and Nashville had gotten him. Was he the expansion draft?
What year
that's the story. Is in the expansion draft, Montreal was
96, 97.
96, 97. So the expansion draft takes place the next year. He's one of a number of goalies in Montreal's chain. And Montreal basically had another guy, and I don't remember the guy, but they were like, we don't want you to take this guy. So we'll give you Vokoun if you don't take this other guy. So in other words, you'll get two guys.
Yeah.
And so they got Sebastian Bordelot, who now works with the organization. He's back, one of the original Predators, and they got a bonus in Thomas Vokoun. And so they got a 2-for-1.
That worked out well.
Montreal was like, please, would you please take Vokoun?
Vegas did.
We'll let you have Bordelot if you'll just would you please
Vegas
take
had
Vokoun?
The same thing happen with the Florida Panthers, and it worked out pretty well. Please,
it really did.
Please take these two.
The underrated part of Thomas Vokoun's career is when he went to Florida, they were bad. But look at his numbers. like goals saved above average, some of the stats that we see now a little bit more, he was analytically really good, like on a bad team.
And I remember being very impressed with David Poile because he had a big contract. It was like $5 million a year. I was like, who's going to take on this contract? And he got the Florida Panthers to take on that contract.
Yeah, and they got a first-round pick back.
Yes.
And I believe that's the pick they used to get Colin Wilson, I think.
Wasn't he making like $5 million?
Well, he had
a year,
just
right?
signed. Unfortunately,
But think about
that's
the
when the
times,
ownership change happened, and they were in a pinch. And
But I'm
David
saying
Poile,
back then,
unfortunately,
like
they
that-
did not want to trade. Thomas
No,
Okun. They just
but
did not want to do it. But it was
what
ordered.
was going on here.
It was
Yeah,
ordered.
What was going on here? All right, let me talk about the big names that are headlining. UFC 262 this weekend. Yeah, that's right. The card, Tony Ferguson, Michael Chandler. There will be no shortage of action, and DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC, has a heavyweight offer for this weekend's fight with 100-1 odds. Do I have your attention now? I would hope so. All you have to do is pick one of the fighters that'll be walking away with the belt. That's right. One of them is going to walk away with the belt, and if you choose the right one, you're going to win some cash. Just pick the main event fighter that you think will win. DraftKings Sportsbook will give you 100-1 odds on that fighter. So in other words, you just bet $1 of your money, pick the fighter to win, and if they win, you win $100. There's no better way to put your MMA knowledge to the test than to put your money where your mouth is, and that's what DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't worry. If mixed martial arts isn't for you, DraftKings Sportsbook offers great odds and promotions on basketball, hockey, and so much more. It's safe, secure, reliable, so you can deposit and withdraw your funds at your convenience. But all you have to do is just go download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app right now. Use that promo code 1025GAME, and when you sign up, turn $1 into $100, and all you have to do is bet on the main card fighter to win. Place your bet. Watch the fist fly this weekend. Use that code again, 1025GAME, and you've got an opportunity to get 100-1 odds. Turn $1 into $100. This is for a limited time only at DraftKings Sportsbook. You must be 21 years of age or older. Tennessee only. Restrictions do apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call or text the Tennessee Red Line, 1-800-889-97.
Towards the net, the back end of the score!
The Stanley Cup playoffs are returning to Smashville.
I just think it's a feat in its own that the Predators are in this position now.
We've got you covered with the only Preds talk in town.
If I'm part of the coaching staff, what gives me the best chance of beating Carolina?
On Nashville's best sports talk,
ESPN
1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
This is Stan Harrison, CEO of Apple Collision Centers. We understand that no one likes to deal with auto body repair and the inconvenience it becomes in your day-to-day life. I want to personally invite you to stop by and let our experienced staff see how we can help you make your vehicle look good as new. Apple Collision Center has 3 convenient locations, Old Hickory, Hendersonville, and Gallatin, ready to serve you. Come by and see us or visit us online at applecollisioncenters.com.
After a long, cold, miserable, snow-shoveling, polar vortex, frostbitten winter, the last thing I want to do when spring arrives is yard work. So here's a helpful tip to get you out of raking and reseeding. Advice on how to go golfing instead of whacking weeds and mowing the lawn.
Zoom across your yard with precision and ease on a new Kubota zero-turn mower. Right now, you can get 0% financing up to 72 months on certain models. Visit Coleman Tractor, featuring Kubota's full line of Kubota lawnmowers, utility vehicles, and more. Check out the all-new Sidekick utility vehicle with best-in-class acceleration and the strength to haul half a ton or tow a full ton. When your job demands precision construction equipment, Kubota has earned a solid reputation for well-engineered products that are reliable and deliver results. Coleman Tractor has 4 convenient locations in Middle Tennessee, Nashville, Clarksville, Paris, and their newest location in White House. Now through June 30th, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com for more info.
Bob's Steak and Chop House is a renowned award-winning steakhouse in major cities across the U.S. Nashville is lucky to have a location here in downtown at the Omni Nashville Hotel. Fine dining is brought to a new level at Bob's with awards like the Wine Spectator Award 4 years in a row, TripAdvisor Certificate of Excellence 5 years in a row, and Open Tables Diner's Choice Award 6 years in a row. Fine dining at its best. Bob's Steak and Chop House, open Wednesday through Saturday, 5 to 10 p.m. in the Omni Nashville Hotel. Complimentary valet parking is always available.
Frontier, the all things basementy company, is the one to call for expert foundation repairs. Did you know that foundation problems can negatively affect your home's safety and value? Foundation issues only get worse with time, so repair your foundation before it becomes a bigger and more expensive problem. If you have settlement, sinking, wall cracks, or uneven floors, call Frontier, the all things basementy company, for a free inspection at 615-285-5799 or online at thebuzzfrontier.com.
I come from a military family.
That's Stasha at Genesis Diamonds talking about the Hero Rewards program at Genesis, providing special discounts every day for heroes in uniform.
Whatever their budget is, we're going to make sure it stretches the best for them and that they will get the most beautiful ring at the best value.
Special hero pricing on any item extends to all military plus police, fire, and first responders.
They make us have the great life we have, and we are eternally grateful for that.
Genesis Hero Rewards program and free services is yours for life, no matter where you move.
Travel anywhere in the world, we're one phone call away. So no matter where you're stationed, if you're military or if you're a police officer and you go to another state, we're going to take good care of you.
Of course, it doesn't hurt that Genesis owner Boaz Ramon is himself a veteran of the Israeli army.
Boaz, having served in the military, appreciates the military and what they do for us.
Genesis Diamonds, where our heroes in uniform get red carpet pricing and white glove treatment every day of the year.
We're there for them because they're there for us.
Genesis Diamonds, continuously voted best jewelry store and best place to buy an engagement ring. Green Hills and Cool Springs.
The Wednesday night block. Getting jacked up. Smashville live at 6. I tried a mustache and then scored right away. Slapshot Radio at 7. The runway is so incredibly short right now. Penalty box radio at 8. That's impressive. It's not like it was a weird bounce or a deflection. The Wednesday night hockey block. Only on Smashville's best sports talk. ESPN 1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
This is Greg McElroy, and you're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 1025 The Game.
Back here on Darren, Daunic, and Chase on this Tuesday afternoon. What a gorgeous day downtown. Darren McFarland, Willie Daunic, Chase McCabe. We are live here at Third and Home, First Horizon Park, their first homestand in over 600 days. Just let that soak in. They are hosting the Memphis Redbirds, and all the action begins tonight at 6:35. That's first pitch. You can hear it on ESPN 94.9. Let's bring in our buddy Stu Grimson, the Grim Reaper. NHL Network is where you can find his work. He's also a fine author. Stu, what's going on?
Hey, fellas. How's everybody?
Well, we're at a ballpark. It's a beautiful day here in Nashville. We just ordered lunch. I mean, we've got no complaints.
No complaints.
And if we did, nobody cares.
Yeah. Well, sounds like a couple of days worth of bliss. I got a chance to watch your Nashville Predators and watch Smashville Strong respond to all that. So pretty cool time to be around the hockey team in that town. You guys would agree?
Oh, no doubt. And I wanted to ask you as a player. So the mindset, Carolina came into this two-game set 6-0 against the Predators. Now, albeit last night, both rosters were, not the rosters we're going to see in round one when we get this thing cranked up. But Saturday night it was. And the Predators took both games. Does that change? Do you think Carolina takes a step back and I don't know. I'm just asking you kind of the player mindset. Did these two games do anything to maybe Carolina came in feeling like, yeah, we've had our way with this team all season long. Then the Predators kind of punch them in their mouth and they push back for these two games and come away with two convincing wins. Did that change anything you think in Carolina's mind?
I think it's it fires to me an important shot across the bow of the Carolina Hurricanes. Coach Brindamore and the rest of the roster. If you didn't have a healthy amount of respect for these Nashville Predators before, that may have been probably founded largely due to the lopsided record between these two teams this year and even going back a couple years in time, because Carolina's really had the better of this matchup historically for the last several years. But I think if it doesn't get your respect level up for this group, shame on you, because it really should. And, on the Preds perspective, I mean, I've been feeling for a good long while, and I know you guys have as well. They really do have this Cinderella story narrative going, this us against the world, this team of destiny kind of theme going on. And that to me kind of adds, another chapter to the Cinderella story, insofar as this group has every reason. I know they're a grounded bunch. You can't amass a turnaround and a record like they did over the second half of the season without being well grounded. But I think that, it kind of helps them break through any potential, let's call it a mental ceiling in terms of, can we or how do we master these Carolina Hurricanes, given the way the matchup has gone in the past. So that's a long-winded way of answering your question, Darren, but I think there are important takeaways for both clubs. It was not meaningless hockey we saw the last two meetings between these teams, in my estimation.
I want to know what you think of this fourth line. Now, on radio, we call it the Beast line. On television, they're calling it the Herd line. Yakov Trenin, Tanner Jeannot, and Colton Sisson centering that fourth line. Not only have they done what typically fourth lines do, bring the energy, lay the big hits, block shots, they're also producing, Stu. And I just want to know what you think of this fourth line and really the impact. I mean, rarely you can have a short amount of impact, but they've had more than just a little bit of impact on that room. John Hines will put them out there on the first shift. I mean, it's pretty interesting to see how they're revered and really how much success they've had. What do you think when you see that line?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting evolution in our game. If you go back to my era, we didn't have maybe it's unfair to say a lot of fourth line guys, but I am a fourth line guy, career fourth line guy. So I'll happily dive into the water. But the expectation was far lower back in the day. If a fourth line could kind of go out there, hold its own against another third or fourth line, you were rarely seeing top six matchup when you played in that era. All you wanted that group to do was hold their own defensively, maybe rattle around in the offensive zone a little bit, create some scoring chances periodically, and occasionally, pop in a goal. I mean, that was the expectation. But, the game has evolved to a point where, as you look at the fourth line you've just mentioned, so-called, where the Nashville Predators are concerned, and I would argue that Herd line, that Beast line, is behaving more like a third, or on some nights a second line for these Nashville Predators. But the Casey Cizikas line with Matt Martin and Clutterbuck out in Long Island, I think is another close parallel to this. And what I like about the contribution a group like that makes, if you can be that deep through four lines, when your top six are struggling, when your top six, the other side is getting the better of the matchup, your fourth line can go out there, can rattle around in the offensive zone, and they're giving you that on a consistent basis. Not only is it, we're getting the better of that aspect, that matchup in the head-to-head matchup, but they can really stabilize the group like a top six line only ever used to be able to do that. And it's kind of like you're getting a more important contribution, I think, at the end of the day, if that makes sense. I think, the evolution is that you're getting a more meaningful, a more impactful, it's almost a stabilizing influence or contribution from a group like that. So I think that's a very exciting development and a fairly new one for the Preds this season.
Stu Grimson is with us, NHL Network. And Stu, I want you to go to the next level with that, because you just hit on it. I can't remember a Predators team that really had that element going for it. And maybe you can talk about what that looks like in the playoffs and really the psychological edge that can give you. One thing that all of the coaches and players have said for the Predators, it's sort of in what that line has done is emboldened other players to play more physical and be able to sort of do their thing on the ice. How valuable could that be to them in the playoffs? And can you remember another Predator team that had anything close to that?
Yeah, I'm glad you went there, Willie, because only one time in the Predators' history can I recall that, and it happened for a very brief time. Barry Trotz, because he was PO'd at David Legwan, sent him down to the fourth line. He centered Tom Fitzgerald and myself for about a half a game, and we scored on our first shift together. So that to me is the great shining example.
Hey,
very impactful fourth line also. But no, I'm kidding, of course, because we didn't accomplish anything near what this group is doing for the Nashville Predators today. But again, it really is as we transition into the postseason. We're fond of saying this in the sport, and you guys have seen this in the past as you watch, the postseason like I do. The regular season record is built largely on, that more skill side of the game. And as we transition to the postseason, it's the heavy hockey, it's the possession style game. And, St. Louis of the past, Washington to some degree has shown us this. And really, it wasn't until Tampa Bay incorporated some of that possession style, that heavy hockey, and they were getting that largely from their third and fourth line. That's the aspect of the playoff game where I think, as important as the herd line has been for this Nashville group through the turnaround, the Cinderella turnaround, I think you're going to see an even a more amplified contribution, or maybe saying it a slightly different way. I think the importance of that line and their style of play perhaps is elevated because it feeds right into, it fits right into, the feature characteristic of playoff hockey in it, insofar as it's that, that more physical, that possession style game that tends to grow in importance, if that makes sense.
You, Stu, I saw your tweet about, just the word you used was adoration. You saw the reaction to Pekka Rinne. You know it well. You saw it up close, just the connection. You've watched this game for a long time. It is a rare thing. I know it has happened in other cities, but just that deep connection and adoration that a fan base gets with a player, that it was really something to watch.
Yeah, it really was. And I'll tell you, can I just share something really quick, anecdotal? And I think that's in part why there is such a close connection between Pekka and the Nashville fan base. While with the Predators, I was president of the Junior Predators Travel Hockey Association. And I asked Pekka to come down one time for, it was kind of our big kickoff, kind of our grand opening, the one season we got started. The expectation was, hey, come down for, 45 minutes to an hour. We got, 300 or so kids that'll be there, sign some autographs for some of them. And Willie, I'm here to tell you, the man turned a 1 hour commitment into a 2 hour commitment, and he wouldn't leave until everybody got a signature. He is incredibly humble. He is incredibly caring. And he is just, one of the most understated individuals you'll ever see, all wrapped up in this amazing, competitive, very athletic, very determined package, elite level NHL goaltender. And, he's so very transparent at the same time. He's not shy to admit that, hey, I may have fallen short of the mark, and that's all on me. He's so quick to take ownership of it. All those elements combined, all those characteristics combined, and I would say, 50 to 75% of the people in that building last night have had, have experienced some kind of connection to Pekka in that way. And that's what makes him so, just adored by that fan base. So, my great hope is that, Pekka next year finds, between he and the organization, find a way to kind of work it out, and he maybe serves as the role flips and he's the understudy to Saros perhaps. But my long-term hope is that he continues to make Nashville his home going forward, because he really is an important part of the fabric of our community. And I would love to see that, long term. I really would.
We're talking to Stu Grimson of the NHL Network here with us. And as the Predators get ready to take on the Carolina Hurricanes in the playoffs, you were in the league at the same time as their head coach, Rod Brindamore. What are some things maybe you've seen behind the bench that translated from him as a player that he's been able to, to help instill in his team?
Yeah, that's a great question, Chase. It really is. And I think the things that I would point to, I mean, Rod Brindamore was one of the great pros of our era. He really was. And I think, he was an exceptional athlete. So, this group is well conditioned, but I think it really, his impact, or we're always fond of saying that a team kind of takes on the identity of the coach. And I think that's certainly probably true, especially for a club like Carolina, because you can watch them over time as they become more talented on paper. I see them becoming more and more mature also, because really from the drop of the puck in this pandemic shortened season until the end of the regular season, they've been incredibly consistent, top to bottom, just in terms of the roster itself. And the record kind of bears that out. It's, I maintain anything can happen in the first round, and it just might. But the Preds have in the Carolina Hurricanes a very formidable first round opponent. It'll be a tall order to get past them, but it's the consistency, it's the maturity, and it's the fact that you just don't see a lot of ebbs and flows in the Carolina game. They know who they are. They play to their strengths very well. And I think you're going to see this as the postseason opens. In spite of the fact that the Preds are the 4th seed in the Central Division, I don't think Carolina's taking them lightly in spite of the way that the last 2 games went, if that makes sense.
If you had to pinpoint a weakness for them, what stands out to you?
Oh, that's a good question. Early in the year, I was pointing to goaltending, and maybe I still am, but I continue to be really bullish on the forwards up front. They're bright, they're dynamic, they're young. They've got a nice balance of, mix in some Vinny Trocheck, who's had a remarkable season again, and that really seems to be a fabulous fit for this group. I think if there is an element that the Preds may be able to expose, it's one, they bring a more pugnacious and physical, I think, dynamic to their game now, the way the season has gone for the Preds. And that may be, perhaps what helps them win out in the context of a 7-game series. And if you just contrast goaltending by another measure, I think they're getting some pretty solid goaltending. I still feel like, in their heart of hearts, if they had it to do a different way, they might boast, an elite level goaltender like a Vasilevsky, like a Hellebuck, like a Saros. Might as well include him in that conversation. But I think the edge goes at the goaltending position quite convincingly to Nashville and Saros in this respect. And guys, we've seen this in the past. That element alone may be the tipping point for this series if Saros and the group in front of him can continue to play in the way that they've kind of finished out the second half of the year.
Stu, this very big game for our team. We fight now.
We must fight. What's the name of that guy again, Stu?
You're taking me back to the days of my old buddy Christophe Aliwa.
That's right, Christophe Aliwa. Yeah, there you go.
I don't think he and I ever stepped on the ice where he didn't utter those words to me. Stu, my team must win this game. We fight now.
Stu, a great way to end it. We appreciate it as always. Good to talk to you, and I know we're going to do it again soon.
Yes, and next time, Stu, we will have Pete Weber's call of the Grimson-Fitzgerald combination goal back in the day that you're talking about.
I'm sure he has it.
Because we know that Pete has it, right? That he's going to, if it happened, he's got it. Yeah.
You know he's got it. Without question.
All right. Thanks, Stu.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure to be with you guys. Have a great show.
He is Stu Grimson, better known as the Grim Reaper from the NHL Network. And again, much more coming here on the show. But first, Willie, you're going to tell us about Lee Company.
All right, let me do that. Lee Company, big sponsor of our Predator coverage. As we know, Lee Company does so many great things. And what a beautiful day we have today. This is one of those open air days where you get the windows open, but we know the weather is going to get progressively warmer. Make sure your air conditioning is running properly. If you hadn't had it checked in a while, you know it's just a matter of time before you're going to be using that thing every day. So call Lee Company. 615-567-1000 is the number. And get it checked. And while you're at it, sign up for the home maintenance plan where you get the annual checkups, and then you get discounts if and when repairs need to be made on not only your air conditioning, but your heating, your plumbing, and electrical systems. It's a great system, and it works for us. We've had it in our household for a number of years now. Lee Company can do it for you. Go to leecompany.com and find out more, or just pick up the phone and call them. 615-567-1000. Lee Company, proud sponsor, Nashville Predators.
It's the 1K payday. Oh my gosh. Tune in every weekday for your keyword at 9 a.m., 12 p.m., and 3 p.m. for your chance to win $1,000 cash.
It's awesome, man. Listen to you guys. Love you guys.
Then simply head to theGameNashville.com to enter the keyword. It's the 1K payday
on ESPN
1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app. Brought to you by Kentucky Kingdom and Hurricane Bay in Louisville.
From the Fox 17 News Code Red Weather Center.
I'm Fox 17 News Code Red meteorologist Dan Guthrie. Mix of sun and clouds continues. Highs upper 60s, lower 70s. A few scattered showers will start to push in this evening and overnight. Rain totals will be minimal.
This weather report brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Creating the finest award-winning tequila means starting with the best ingredients. Camarena Tequila is 250 years in the making from Arandas, Jalisco, Mexico. You see, at Camarena, they wait for their 100% blue Weber agave to reach maturity before harvesting each and every plant by hand. This allows them to consistently produce one of the smoothest and best-tasting tequilas in the world. Experience Camarena Tequila today, available at a fine liquor store near you. Camarena Tequila is the official tequila for the Nashville Soccer Club.
Mark Howard here to tell you about my friends at Apple Collision Centers. Maybe you've been in a car accident recently, or those recent storms got a hold of your vehicle. Well, Apple Collision will ease your stress and take care of your repair. With 3 convenient locations in Old Hickory, Hendersonville, and Gallatin. Their managers, Tommy Rippey, Daniel Neville, Chris Brooks, and a new addition to the Gallatin Apple team, Marty Denson, combined for over 75 years experience. So stop in today and tell them Mark sent you online at applecollisioncenters.com.
The incredible tax refund sale is going on now, and Electronic Express is guaranteed to have the best prices. Huge savings in every department, including all 4K TVs, home and car audio, computers, smart home, mattresses, and more. Plus, save up to 50% on all appliances from LG, Whirlpool, GE, Samsung, and more. In stock and ready to deliver. Plus, up to 36 months free financing. It's the incredible tax refund sale at Electronic Express. We make it happen.
At the Tennessee Men's Clinic, we talk to men about sexual health issues all the time. And the one thing we hear often is how erectile dysfunction often makes bedroom performance both a disappointing and intimidating experience for a man and his partner. If you're over 50, what I just described could very well be happening to you. ED is a performance destroyer. It ruins your confidence and makes what should be a wonderful time of intimacy both stressful and unfulfilling. If this is a problem in your life, the Tennessee Men's Clinic can likely change your situation dramatically. And I say this with confidence because the Tennessee Men's Clinic has helped thousands of men with treatments that have success rates as high as 90%. In fact, many patients are performing like they haven't in years. So make an appointment today. For just $99, you'll get a consult, blood work, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call today, 615-208-9090, or go to TennesseeMen'sClinic.com. Contact your doctor if an erection lasts more than 4 hours. Visit our website to learn more, including side effects, treatments, extra, results vary.
Need some cash for that home improvement project? Hey, it's Willie Daunic. Loan Pronto can make it happen with their zero-cost refi program. Now listen, Loan Pronto is now here. It's changing forever how you'll get a home loan with lower rates, no lender fees, and an all-digital, no-hassle process. You can refinance your home mortgage now and get cash out of your home's equity. People getting checks for $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. Now that's a stimulus check. Hey, rates are still super low, and Loan Pronto's all-digital platform makes it easy. They can cover your closing costs. Call now. Get cash out now to fix up that home office or remodel your kitchen or even pay off credit cards. Loan Pronto zero-cost cash-out refi. 615-499-5780. 499-5780, area code 615, or loanpronto.com. 499-5780.
Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval, not available on all loans.
Robbie Stanley. I was waiting in anticipation for something to happen. Joe Rexrode. It's also 3-on-3. It's a little easy to score in 3-on-3. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can take this. Get your morning started with Robbie and Rexrode every weekday from 6 to 10 on Nashville's best sports talk. ESPN 102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app. If you've missed any of today's show, just search Darren, Daunic, and Chase on Apple, Spotify, or on your favorite podcast platform.
Don't forget, we've teamed up with T-Mobile. We're going to give you a chance to experience the Nashville SC game this season. All you have to do is tune in every Monday. Or you can tune. We're going to give you a keyword to text in to our text line.
You enjoying the food here at the Third and Home?
Food is awesome.
So am I.
I'm just going to be real honest.
I scarfed half of a patty melt during this break. Can't lie.
The food, I just had the flatbread. Flatbread.
Flatbed? I don't have a flatbed.
Frat bread.
Frat bread?
Some hot chicken flatbread.
Whatever you want to call it, it's gone. Like it is. There is no evidence that it ever existed.
The sweet potato fries.
Are they good?
Crushed.
I'm scarfing down.
Absolutely dummied, as Halgill likes to say.
Oh my
Darren
gosh.
has dummied the flatbread and the sweet potato fries. Gone.
There are just a couple of carcasses laying on the table next to me. That was really good here at Third and Home.
You shouldn't say that about Willie and I. Come on.
No, the one on the tray.
The one that used to be on the tray.
Yeah. So, by the way, you can win some Nashville SC tickets. All you have to do is text that in. So, just be listening.
It's a nice little win for Nashville SC the other day.
Yeah.
A little 2-0 shutout.
2-0.
2-0.
I'm going to be soccer guy.
Soccer guy.
You going to be soccer snob?
Not soccer snob. It's 2-0 on the pitch.
Oh, man.
No, it was good. It was good to see them get their first win of the year and stay undefeated.
What do we think is going to happen in
oh wow.
Look at that. By
Sports
the way,
Center top 10.
Yeah.
They're showing the Duchesne first goal. That was sweet.
Yeah, there was 9.
That was,
on the
as
top
they like
10.
to say in hockey, sick.
It was.
You were saying?
Sorry. I'm cleaning out hot chicken out of my teeth.
There's still smoke coming off the top of your head, just so you know.
Yeah.
This is where you guys fill in the gaps.
Well, you started down the road of what do you guys think?
Well, I'm on round 2 of lunch.
Yeah.
Picking it out of my teeth.
What do you guys think about Kenny Mayne leaving ESPN?
Oh, yeah, that is sad.
Did you see the letter he posted that he sent when he got the job? It was hilarious. He sent
This
a letter.
is an actual letter.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Wow.
And if you've watched Kenny Mayne long enough, you know that. Oh yeah, he actually did this. And it basically, it said he sent it to the head guy at ESPN, and I'm gonna pull it up real quick. But it was like 3 check boxes, and it said to John Walsh, please mark the appropriate box in return as I am in the process of planning my future. 1, it just hit us. We love your work. Contract is on the way. Stand by the mailbox. 2, keep up the field producing. We'll call you when we need you. 3, we'll consider hiring you about the time ESPN 5 hits the air. Thanks, Kenny Mayne. And that was in 1994.
You got hired from that.
ESPN 5. Okay. The Cinco.
Not the Ocho. The Cinco.
No.
Not the Ocho Cinco.
Right, but that means he was better than, he thought he wouldn't have to wait till the Ocho.
Yeah. Well, was the Ocho even a thought in 1994? I mean, did they even have the deuce?
When did Dodgeball come out?
2004.
Ooh, good call.
2004?
Good quick answer. Quick to the buzzer. Game show.
17 years ago.
Yeah, that's crazy. So 27 years.
I saw where Berman signed an extension.
Yeah, Marty Smith, our buddy, just signed an extension. Saw that today. But yeah, I hate that because Kenny Mayne is different. He's very different, but he's entertaining.
And he's sort of been in the background for a long time. He's been around, but he hasn't been like he used to be one of the main rotation guys.
Yeah. He did the main event. Was kind of his.
Well, some of his shtick on the classic Sports Centers was really good. Like just really witty
very
stuff.
deadpan.
Very deadpan.
But
Arvidas Sabonis, he's tall.
He's been kind of on the late night.
Yeah, but I've
schedule
enjoyed it.
for-
He's been with John Anderson, I think, a lot. Or
he would say
Michael. What was his Michael?
And Bucci. He's been with Bucci.
Michael
Yeah,
Eaves.
Yeah, Michael
Eaves.
Eaves. That's who it is. Yeah.
Yeah, but I know that he and John Anderson have done some stuff too. But so I hate seeing that.
John Daly, of course, I'm an excellent driver. Like he just throw those little deadpan little things in there. He is good.
We'll come back to start the final hour with our buddy Hal Gill, a.k.a. Skillsy. We'll do that next on Darren, Daunic, and Chase, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
This is Philip Forsberg, and this is Smashville. Forsberg knows a new stick coming off the bench. Forsberg in front, he scores! Philip Forsberg, what a play! You're listening to the flagship of the Nashville Predators radio network, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
This is Carl Sholin, St. Andrew Sewanee School Head of School. At SAS, teachers and students learn, live, and play in an atmosphere of trust and high expectations. Learn more about fall admission at sasweb.org.
electronicexpress.com. We make it happen.
After a long, cold, miserable, snow shoveling, polar vortex, frostbitten winter, the last thing I want to do when spring arrives is yard work. So here's a helpful tip to get you out of raking and reseeding. Advice on how to go golfing instead of whacking weeds and mowing the lawn.
Zoom across your yard with precision and ease on a new Kubota zero-turn mower. Right now, you can get 0% financing up to 72 months on certain models. Visit Coleman Tractor, featuring Kubota's full line of Kubota lawnmowers, utility vehicles, and more. Check out the all-new Sidekick utility vehicle with best-in-class acceleration and the strength to haul half a ton or tow a full ton. When your job demands precision construction equipment, Kubota has earned a solid reputation for well-engineered products that are reliable and deliver results. Coleman Tractor has 4 convenient locations in Middle Tennessee, Nashville, Clarksville, Paris, and their newest location in White House. Now through June 30th, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com for more info.
The incredible tax refund sale is going on now, and Electronic Express is guaranteed to have the best prices. Huge savings in every department, including all 4K TVs, home and car audio, computers, smart home, mattresses, and more. Plus, save up to 50% on all appliances from LG, Whirlpool, GE, Samsung, and more. In stock and ready to deliver. Plus, up to 36 months free financing. It's the incredible tax refund sale at Electronic Express. We make it happen.
Tune in every Wednesday at 4:30 p.m. for Nashville's own Jason Fitz with Jarrett Stillman Company. Fitz started his sports talk career right here on 102.5 The Game, and now he anchors shows for ESPN. Jason Fitz is brought to you by Blood Assurance. Give blood, give local, give life.
After a long, cold, miserable, snow shoveling, polar vortex, frostbitten winter, the last thing I want to do when spring arrives is yard work. So here's a helpful tip to get you out of raking and reseeding. Advice on how to go golfing instead of whacking weeds and mowing the lawn.
Zoom across your yard with precision and ease on a new Kubota zero-turn mower. Right now, you can get 0% financing up to 72 months on certain models. Visit Coleman Tractor, featuring Kubota's full line of Kubota lawnmowers, utility vehicles, and more. Check out the all-new Sidekick utility vehicle with best-in-class acceleration and the strength to haul half a ton or tow a full ton. When your job demands precision construction equipment, Kubota has earned a solid reputation for well-engineered products that are reliable and deliver results. Coleman Tractor has 4 convenient locations in Middle Tennessee, Nashville, Clarksville, Paris, and their newest location in White House. Now through June 30th, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com for more info.
Nashville's best sports talk, locally owned, home of our Nashville Predators. WPRT FM Pegram, 97.5 Murfreesboro, WBUZ HD2 Laverne, online at thegaynashville.com. We are
ESPN
102.5 The Game. Live from the Wholesaling Studios, powered by RumbleOn.com. It's time for Darren, Daunic, and Chase, with hosts Darren McFarland, Willie Daunic, and Chase McCabe on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 The Game.
Fourth and final hour on this Tuesday afternoon. We are live here at Third and Home. First Horizon Park tonight. The Sounds have their first home opener in over 600 days. They are hosting the Memphis Redbirds. Everybody's excited. This place, people in here enjoying a nice lunch. The food is spectacular. They've got great drink specials. Fun place to hang out before a game, after a game, during the game here at Third and Home. First pitch will be at 6:35 this evening. Nashville Sounds Baseball on ESPN 94.9, presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans and 312 Pizza. Let's say hello to Hal Gill, a.k.a. Skillsy. He now joins us. Hal, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. It's opening day. It's springtime. Preds are in the playoffs. What else do you want?
Right. I mean, there's just no complaints at all. So your takeaways from last night, we talked about it in postgame, but now that you've had a little bit more time to reflect, cool moment, huh? I mean, that's something we'll never forget. If you were in the building, you'll take that memory. It'll be a lasting memory.
Absolutely. That was awesome. And for a game that really didn't matter, and you're looking at a bunch of young guys coming in and, you know, trying to their last audition to be in the lineup for playoffs. They put a good effort together, and I think I didn't realize it at the time, but obviously at the end they did it for Pex. I mean, that's what's awesome about it, right? And
yeah,
I know Pex didn't really want to make a big deal out of it, but the fans certainly did, and I think the team did as well. So that tells you everything you need to know about Pex. Is he just wanted to go out there and get one more dust up before the playoffs start, and he got that great reception from the fans, and the team stood out there on the ice and made sure that he took his lap. I mean, what an awesome thing, and an awesome guy, awesome goalie. So that was a lot of fun for me to be a part of that one.
No doubt about it. I kind of feel like if you ever got the victory lap, you would end up doing Snow Angels or something. I mean, you would have a funny moment. I don't know what it would be, but you would come up with something clever.
He would stone cold
you know
Steve
what?
Austin some beers. That's what he do.
Could do that. That would be good.
Just crush a couple beers. Yeah.
I love it.
No, you know what? I appreciate you saying that, but you know, you have to be something special to get something like that. And you know, I'd love to be anywhere near Pex, but he's on a level of his own, and so that's why he gets that treatment.
You've had cool moments. You've had extreme highs in your career. What is it like? So you go through this emotional roller coaster through a game, you know, a celebration. It's probably impossible to sleep, but that next day, like waking up, what is it like as a player? You know, for them, they're waking up now. I know they're getting into the playoff mindset, but for him especially, what is that like the next day, trying to process what you just went through?
Yeah, you know what? I'm just guessing, you know, and this is the way I always process those things. You go through something and you enjoy the night, and you let it sink in, and maybe in the morning you kind of pinch yourself. Was that a dream? Like what is going on? You know, and then you move on. You know, I mean, that's the bottom line. Is I think Tex is probably looking at it as like, wow, that was awesome. Spent some time, probably celebrated. It was really cool. His son was there, and he went over to say hi to him before the game started. And then he has all this going on. I'm sure he went home after and kind of sat back and took it all in and digested it. But I'm thinking right now he's just going to relax and get ready for this playoffs because you look at it. I mean, not to take away from the moment, but Tex is a big part of this team, and this team is poised to do something special. And so I think that's probably his focus, as it should be. I think as a competitor, he wants to be ready if his number's called and they throw him out there. He wants to be ready for it. So I think that's where his focus is going to turn to.
Is it as easy to say how the last two games, that's the mindset, that's the mentality, that's the approach the Predators have to take going into this series, the way they've played these last two games?
Yeah, it's funny because, going into that, the Saturday night game, that was a big game because it meant clinching. And so you have all hands on deck and you're fired up to go and win this. And they had a great performance. And then the game last night, I'll give John Hines a ton of credit. He made it somehow where it was an audition for the playoffs. Like he put all these guys in that he knew were going to compete. They knew that guys that don't have an off switch, they're either younger guys or they're guys like Duchesne that want to say, hey, I want to go out and put in a last effort that will say, hey, I'm important to this team. And so all those guys go out, play hard, and that's what you want out of a team. The last thing you want to do is idle down and have a kind of lackadaisical effort. You want to go out there and give it everything you got. And so Hines kind of manipulated it so that everyone that was on that ice last night was giving it everything they got. And so, I don't know how much it's going to affect the series, but they were bullies at times. And that's what I loved about it. Like, Goodbranson went over and just kind of toyed with Niederreiter, and Olivier was just ready to fight anyone, just staring at everyone. And I think they had that mindset to a man up and down the lineup that they were going to go out and be bullies last night, and they did it. And 5-0, sends a message. I think whether it's your starting guys or your big guys or it's the guys that they brought out last night, it sends a message.
Hal Gill is with us. And Hal, I want you to go a little further with that because I think we're all curious of what this is going to look like in the postseason, where traditionally that's where it might have the most impact, presuming that the guys who are doing the physical intimidating can play, right? They have to be able to keep up, and that's the trick against Carolina, who's an elite skating team. But none of us can ever remember the Predators ever having that edge going in. And you just cited a number of examples from the last two games where that was clearly what they were trying to do, is sort of send messages of, from a physical standpoint, we're going to be in your face, and there's not much you can do about it. That's sort of the thing. And I cannot remember a Predators team ever having that going into a playoff series. Maybe they could stand up to a team that was going to do that, but they weren't the ones sort of bringing that to the fight.
Yeah, initiating. I mean, that's what the playoffs is all about. And I used to love playing playoff games because you're getting rid of all the fluff. There's nothing. It's a man's game, and whether you're a skilled player or a banger, whatever you are, you got to play a hard-nosed game, and it's a fight to get to the net, and it's a battle to, every time you touch the puck, there's going to be someone that's looking to run you through the boards. And so it gets rid of all the little fluff around the game. And so skilled players have to play that way. And of course, if you're a checker and you're on a fourth line, you got to go out and play that game with intention and willing to initiate. And you can see it. I mean, this team is really, their mentality is like, we're going to make these D feel our pain, feel some pain every time they go back. And you look through every team that the Preds have played in the last couple months, I see a lot of defensemen that are just moving the puck around the boards. Like, I don't want to take this hit. I'm going to move it quick and get my hands up so I don't get crushed. And, when you look up and down the lineup, that you have, Gronlund doing it and Yarncroke going in there, not just the Beast line and those guys going out and crashing and banging. It's everyone. And so I think that's the mindset that you have to have in the playoffs, and they already have it. So I think that's a good thing for the Preds, and it's been a while. So, I mean, you look over the last few years, it's always been like, oh, we're a great team. We'll win the President's Trophy, and we'll cruise into the playoffs, and they don't have that now. Now they have a hard-working, we're going to do whatever it takes mentality, and whether that means blocking a shot, they're taking a hit, or going out and giving hits. That's what they have right now, and so it's going to be interesting to see, because Carolina is going to do the same thing. We're not going to see the same team that we saw on Saturday and Monday. They're going to raise their level, and they have a ton of speed, a ton of size. They play a direct game, a heavy forechecking game. So the Preds are going to be tested like they never have been. But right now they look poised and ready to take that challenge.
How the analytics expert Mike Kelly from Sport Logic, he made this point against Carolina. We've talked a lot about how Nashville, you just described it really well. The defensemen, when they go after that puck in their own end, they know the footsteps are coming. They know they got to be prepared to get hit, and they may elect to just get rid of the puck quickly to avoid getting hit. But what Mike Kelly said is, statistically speaking, Carolina is a very difficult team to forecheck. So what makes a team equipped to handle a good forecheck? Because Carolina seems to have it.
Yeah, quick outs. If I have a forecheck in me and I have, someone within 15 feet of me that I can bump it to, and then he gets it and bumps it to another guy, quick short passes, then that's how you beat a good forecheck. And in the neutral zone, sometimes you can stretch it out like they did on Saturday night, where they sent out stretch guys and got scoring chances after that. But for the most part, if you're going to have a heavy forecheck, you want to move it quick, and that's what Carolina does. They have, I look at a guy like Jordan Stahl, for example. He is always in perfect position to be an outlet for his defenseman. So, whether it's a D-to-D quick hit to the center, right there, by doing that, those two passes, you've beaten two forecheckers, ideally, right? And so they'll make those close puck support plays, and then they'll transition out of the zone, and then they have the speed to get away from the guys. Now, the thing, if you look at what Trennan does, Yakov Trennan will get in there, crush a guy, and then he'll back pressure hard. Like these guys are reloading so hard right now, and so that's going to be the battle: is how hard can they get in on the forecheck and then reload? Because if you take a second to admire your hit, that's great that you hit a guy, but they're going the other way, and they're going
you're
the
out
other
of the
way
play.
fast.
Yeah, you can't take yourself out of the play.
Sebastian Aho, he's going to be gone. So, and they're all really good at moving that puck with speed. So, the last thing you want to do as a forechecker is hang behind. You want to get back, reload hard, and you look at even Ellie Tolvanen does it really well, where he's on the body and then back in the play, and that's going to be huge against Carolina. Is how hard can they forecheck, at the same time how hard can they get back and reload.
We're talking to Hal Gill, aka Skillsy, as the Predators get ready to take on the Carolina Hurricanes in the playoffs. Skillsy, you played against Rod Brindamore, the head coach of the Carolina Hurricanes. What are some things that you can remember about going up against him and you saw as a player that have kind of translated to a coach that you see come out with his team?
Yeah, Rod the Bod. Yeah, like he's got just an appearance alone. You just look at him and he's got a snarl, and he looks like someone peed in his cornflakes every time he's on the ice. It's like he's just got that mentality, like it. And what he did as a player was, you're playing against him, and it's like you're not going to outwork him. That's not going to happen. And he kind of his reputation and the way he plays, it's not going to be over. If you do win a battle, you're going to have to do it again and again and again. And I think when he came in with Carolina, remember that, and Willie, I remember watching games in Carolina where it's just like they go and forecheck, and then they just fired at the net, and then a guy would crash the net, and it was just everything went to the net, and they got a ton of shots, and they kind of had that mentality when they didn't have all the skill that they have. Now they have players like Neches that's standing out. Of course, Aho. These guys are skilled players. Svechnikov, go down the list. They have skilled players that play with that same mentality where they're going to work just as hard as their coach does. And you know, in the bubble last year, I don't know if you guys remember that Rod took his shirt off and was playing frisbee out in the bubble.
Rod the Bod.
Rod the Bod, and everyone's looking at him going, this guy's still shredded.
This guy's in better shape than we are.
Yeah, but it sends a message. It's like, guys, I know you think you're working hard, but you can work harder, because watch this, you know? Yeah, right? Hold my beer. I'll show you what hard work is. And so he's got that mentality, and I think that team has that mentality, which makes, you know, not just a skilled team, but if you can get skill and will, that's when you have something. And so this Carolina team has that, and it's because he kind of instilled that in them.
Well, Skillsy, it's going to be a fun series for sure. We appreciate you taking the time today, and now you can go and resume your nap.
Hal, you would fit in perfect where we are right now. We have, remember we went to the Rangers game a couple years ago during the Stars Predators series. We went and saw the Rangers, and we had the setup in the thanks to our buddy Sean Henry, the beloved president. We got set up with a great all-inclusive suite where we overlooked the field from left field.
Yeah.
We got the same setup here at the Soundscape. You should come over here. This is perfect for you.
I want to go hang out with you guys.
Well, you're always
we don't
invited.
get that at the Barrel House. Why don't we get that spread at the Barrel House?
Darren needs to work on
Good
it.
for you guys.
Nope. There's no
Control
kitchen.
yourselves, 'cause if I
There's no
remember
kitchen in the
correctly,
Barrel House.
I had a hard time controlling myself at that Rangers game. You know, I think that was, you know, I had a good time, and everyone in the stadium knew I had a good time. So I hope you guys
we all had a
enjoyed
good
that
time
as much as I did.
It was well known. It was not a secret.
I think Mike Miner had a good night. Good time.
Yes,
that
he
night.
did. The question is, did Hal notice? Did it
like,
matter?
It's like, oh yeah, there's a baseball game
going on.
How that is something I remember. Mike Miner, a former Vanderbilt Commodore, he pitched a really good game that night. They turned a big double play late and I kind of gave it a yeah, all right. And Hal was like, "You actually care what's going on in this game? You're such a nerd." I was like, "I like the game." He's like,
Hey,
"You're the only guy here watching this game."
There's nothing better than being at a ballpark just because of everything that's going on, and I guess the baseball game is part of it too.
Yep, there is that. Hal, appreciate it as always. Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. I'm going to go back to growing my beard.
Cheers.
Hal Gill, a.k.a. Skillsy. Always good to catch up with him. Good stuff as always. I want to talk to you about big names that are headlining this weekend's UFC 262 card, from Tony Ferguson to Michael Chandler. There's no shortage of action. And DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC, has a heavyweight offer for you for this weekend's fight that will give you 100-1 odds. Yeah, one fighter will be walking away with the belt. You can walk away with some cash. All you have to do is just pick the main event fighter you think will win. DraftKings Sportsbook will give you 100-1 odds on that fighter. That's right. All you have to do is bet $1 of your money on the select fighter to win. If they win, you win $100. There's no better way to put your MMA knowledge to the test than put your money where your mouth is, and that's with DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't worry, if mixed martial arts isn't for you, they've got great offers and odds and promotions on basketball, hockey, and so much more. Safe, secure, reliable, so you can deposit and withdraw your funds at your convenience. All you have to do is download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app right now. Use the promo code 1025GAME, and when you sign up, turn $1 into $100 when you bet on the main card fighter to win. Place your bet. Watch the fist fly this weekend. Use that code again, 1025GAME, and be a winner and turn $1 of your money into $100. This is for a limited time. It's only a DraftKings Sportsbook. You must be 21 years of age or older. Tennessee only. Restrictions do apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call or text the Tennessee Red Line, 1-800-889-9789.
Rene lost his stick, and then he still made the stay.
Becker and the Preds shut the door on the Canes in the final game before their round one showdown.
I really wanted to win this game. It was a special game for me.
Your exclusive home of ESPN 102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Love my teammates, love the city, and love the fans.
Happy opening day, Nashville. Sounds Baseball is back. Catch the season's home opener with post-game fireworks tonight at 6:35 as the Sounds take on the St. Louis Cardinals affiliate for 6 games, Tuesday to Sunday. See you opening weekend. Grab tickets today. Visit NashvilleSounds.com.
If you are drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and will free you from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardships consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and can't afford to pay them back, or you even have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to live in fear. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline. Do not take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even go after your Social Security check.
Call Community Tax today, 800-651-0074. To end your tax troubles, call 800-651-0074. Get a free consultation. Call 800-651-0074. That's 800-651-0074.
Homeowners, if your mortgage rate starts with a 3, you can save a ton of money with Loan Pronto's zero-cost refi. Hey, it's Willie Daunic. You got to check out Loan Pronto, loanpronto.com. It's all new here with an all-digital platform. They make home mortgage refinancing fast and easy with super low rates and 0 closing costs. You can end up with a lower house payment with no cash out of your pocket. It's incredible. Loan Pronto makes it easy. They can close in 3 to 4 weeks with no paperwork and no big bank hassle. Loan Pronto can cover all your closing costs. No points, no attorney fees. In fact, most Loan Pronto refis don't even require an appraisal. So call now and ask about the Loan Pronto zero-cost refi. 615-499-5780. Do it now and even skip your next 2 house payments. Call Loan Pronto. 615-499-5780 or loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender. NMLS 1661781. Subject to lender approval. No cash refi not available on all loans.
Social Furniture is your local one-stop all-furniture store in West Nashville with over 100 styles in store and new specials every week. Social Furniture has you covered. At Social Furniture, you'll never be hassled when you come in. Their friendly staff will help you choose the right furniture for your home. Social Furniture offers same-day delivery and free curbside pickups. Visit Social Furniture in West Nashville at 5412 Charlotte Avenue. Forget the big box store. Support local. Support social. Social Furniture on the web at mysocialfurniture.com. Tune in every Wednesday at 4:30 p.m. for Nashville's own Jason Fitz with Jarrett Stillman Company. Fitz started his sports talk career right here on 102.5 The Game, and now he anchors shows for ESPN. Jason Fitz is brought to you by Blood Assurance. Give blood. Give local. Give life.
ESPN's Turron Davenport breaks down the Titans like no other.
When I say options, I'm talking about drafting a player that could become good, but isn't right now.
Catch TD Mondays at 11, Thursdays at 3, and Fridays at 8. Plus, the Talking with TD podcast drops every Wednesday.
Yeah, definitely. That dude's a player.
Only on Nashville's best sports talk. ESPN 102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Hey, Nashville. This is Mookie Betts. You're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
All right, we've got a tweet, guys, from Jeff. What'd you call him, Willie? Passan?
Jeff Passan.
No, I know.
Passan.
I just want to know.
Like if he were a hockey player, it might be Passan.
Jeff Passan.
Passan.
There used to be a guy when I was growing up. He played for a long time for a lot of teams, but he played for the Rangers. Stefan Persson. You're like, you mean Stephen Pearson? No, Stefan Persson.
Jeff Passan has tweeted out this breaking news. The Oakland Athletics will start exploring relocation possibilities after Major League Baseball has suggested the organization consider moving to other cities if the Howard Terminal Stadium proposal is not approved by local politicians. This currently a story on ESPN.com.
Is that basically their way of saying like, hey, we're tired of this
Getting the
saga
run around here.
and getting the run? Yeah,
Right.
getting the
Well,
run
I mean,
around.
honestly, like how long has this been? I mean, this has
It's
been
going
going
on for decades.
forever.
Decades.
Let's
Generations.
see. I'm
Forever.
almost 34 years old, and I'm pretty sure it was happening when I was born.
You were drinking out of a sippy cup. This was a story.
Yeah.
It's like, at some point, like either what do they say? Blank or get off the pot.
Right.
Figure it out.
Because there are a ton of cities that, would be like, hey, come on.
Sorry. It's lunch.
I am wondering too if the A's had the blessing of the commissioner to come out and make this statement publicly, because I think the commissioner never wants to see a team move, right? It's just you don't like having that on your watch, but there does become a point where it's like, you know what? We've tried everything else. We've got to warn the city. If you want to keep this team, we've got to have this. We cannot keep playing in this stadium. They've been more than patient with that park. I've been to that park. Not.
Well, I've been. Yeah, I've been. I've been a couple times.
I mean, it's
it's
second to last or last, depending on whether you think that is the worst or Tampa is the worst.
I've been to Tampa. I've been to both.
I've been to Tampa,
and I would say it's worse than Tampa.
Well, you're not going to get rained on in Tampa,
Correct.
and you're not going to get cold in Tampa.
Correct.
You definitely are going to get cold in Oakland during certain times of the year.
No,
yeah.
I was there in July, and it was cold. A night game.
Yeah.
It was cold.
Yeah, but you also can't tell me that the commissioner, whether he gave permission or not, that he hasn't watched the city of Oakland lose their NBA team.
I was going to say, has there ever been a market that lost 3 professional franchises? 3. They could go from 3 to none.
Well, I'm trying to think.
We know the Raiders are playing in Vegas now.
St. Louis has lost 2
Just so you know, if you didn't realize it, Golden State does not play next door.
No.
At the Oracle. They're now in downtown San Francisco.
Even though they wore a jersey the other day, it said Oakland on it on the front.
They wear those all the time.
Like they represent.
Yeah.
They still like to represent but it's kind of like, well, we won't play there anymore, but we still will represent.
But they're in San Francisco.
Yeah.
And the A's they played a football stadium.
Right. That's a good question.
They would be like, there's no way, right? There's no way.
Are you saying because St. Louis lost 2 NFL teams, Atlanta has
Right, but
lost 2 NHL teams.
Yes, but that was one sport.
You're saying 3 different sports.
3 different professional sports.
I can't think off the top of my head.
I'm trying to think. Cities, the Washington D.C. lost. The Senators, they lost 2 baseball teams, right? And now this is their 3rd chance at Major League Baseball. We know that.
And the football team doesn't actually play in D.C., but they are.
Yeah, I mean they're legit. I mean they've been there for all the time, but
as I would say, the answer is no.
No, I don't think so.
Right.
Wait a minute. San Diego lost the Clippers.
And
the
Chargers.
So they've lost 2.
Okay.
I think St. Louis lost the Hawks too, so you can put them on their football
the
and
Hawks.
basketball.
The St. Louis Hawks.
Oh, Bob Costas.
Good
Was
call.
No, he did the St. Louis Spirit.
He
of
did
the ABA.
He did the Spirit. That's right.
Yeah, the league went under. The league went under on that. There was a merger. They didn't make the cut on the merger there.
So does that count?
It definitely counts.
They've never had a hockey. Well,
wow.
I gotta go.
Hey, he'll take another one, a double this time.
Preds don't play them for 1 year, and we forget that they exist.
Do it on the rocks. Yeah, he'll take one. Yeah.
Wow. That was that goes up there with when Peter Laviolette was announced as the head coach of the Predators, and I said the Peter Laviolette era is over as it began. So that goes up there with that. Ryan, I hope you're listening.
Were you calling for a short stint?
It was one of those where it was like the wrong words just simply came out of my mouth. And I just remember Ryan Porth, who was right next to me at the time, just looking at me like, what did you just say? And then I look at him and I'm like, what did I just say?
I mean, at this point, if the local politicians haven't said yes, I mean,
right.
this is probably why this is coming out. Like, what are you doing? Like, if it hasn't happened by now, does anybody hold out faith that it's going to happen anytime soon? No. Why would you?
You know,
So
well,
to
here's the other end of the spectrum here. This is part of Jeff Passan's article here. While MLB has been loath to expand, multiple cities have publicly expressed interest in a franchise. The likeliest possibility, if the A's pursue relocation, would be Las Vegas,
yep.
which has found success with the Raiders, Golden Knights. Commissioner Rob Manfred has also cited Portland, Vancouver, Nashville, Charlotte, and Montreal.
Listen,
So this is where if the Nashville group has some sort of thing going, this is where you would spring into action.
Did I not say the minute Vegas got one? Right?
Oh yeah,
once they got hockey, I said it's over. Like they're going to be 4 sports
within 5 years. They will have the NBA and MLB.
They'll have all. They will.
Because guess what? If the NBA is like, hey, we want to come out there, and a team, whether it's a team moving or expansion, it's like, well, I don't know if we want to share arena. Cool, we got you. Where you want? You want to go this end of the strip, or where you want your arena? They got room. Baseball park is the same thing.
Yeah, that'll be a 4-sport town.
Like I just got back from there, and where we went over to T-Mobile. Obviously, you've been there, Willie. It's in a great spot, right off the strip. The football stadium is the same thing, but you have room that you could.
You said there's room to build there?
Yeah, you could do. I mean,
Is there?
and it's
not landlocked.
It's a desert. It is a desert.
And
There is space.
it's great. They snap their fingers and a new building appears. It has chandeliers and everything.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, they have room to build.
We know
it's because I lose at blackjack. You're welcome, Vegas.
Help with the raw materials. We know from a league standpoint, it probably makes sense geographically if Vegas ends up being the logical move. But like if these other cities are, really serious about getting into the game, this is where you jump in, right? This is where you jump all in and say, let me talk to somebody in Oakland. Let me talk to somebody at the A's. We want to be your destination. That's how Nashville got the Titans, the Oilers at the time.
Yeah.
They had the groundwork was laid. Phil Bredesen was like, we've got a plan here. You're not happy with your city? Let's talk. And that's how it happened.
Well, and they started that on the hockey side as well.
Absolutely. When they built the arena,
they were already going down that
they
road.
They were shopping around saying, hey, you got a team. We got an arena.
I mean, were they not after either hockey or the NBA? Wasn't that
absolutely?
Kind of
they wanted a main tenant, whatever was first, right? If NBA was first, it would have been NBA.
Yep. So, and people ask, we just got a text. Do you think Nashville will get an MLB team? On our text line driven by WilsonCountyHonda.com. You've heard us talk about that a lot on this show. We've talked to the people at Music City Baseball and the Stars. The answer is yes, but I just don't know when.
Yeah. But I just don't think they're ready right now.
Yeah.
Well, I will say this. I'll admit, since Dombrowski left to Philadelphia, it's been kind of quiet.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the same. Is it fair to say it doesn't have the same feel to it?
No.
I mean, 100%. 100%.
You don't. Well, one, you don't have. He was kind of the face, right? At least you had someone.
He was the juice.
Like it's nice to keep, saying, Eddie George.
But even if he
Justin
was still
Timberlake, like that's great just to name names. But those people are not. That's not like Dombrowski came here to be like the face.
Yes.
Like, okay, this is our movement. I'm kind of leading up this whole thing. Now he's been gone, and you don't really. I mean, I get emails from him, but I mean that doesn't.
But
he had juice.
But even if
he had cachet.
But even if he were still in the picture, I don't think that they have only conceptual ideas of doing this, right? They don't have anything real ready to go. Like, I don't know where Vegas is in this. Like, if the A's announce, we're out of here at the end of this season. We're going. We can't stay here.
Vegas will go.
But what city is ready to say, come on over? Like, because back in the day,
read the list again. None. I guess the answer is none.
I think you're right.
Well,
Vegas?
define ready. Like you already have a stadium
He's saying
built?
yes, or already have started.
Vegas?
Yeah, but nobody's going to do that until they know they have a team. Vegas. I would say Vegas.
You say Vancouver, Vegas,
Nashville, Charlotte, Montreal.
Yeah, no, their answer is
Charlotte's interesting.
Oh, like
but-
Montreal
Does
still
this have
has the
Olympic
old
Stadium?
Olympic Stadium. It's there. It's
Yeah,
you
I
got to
don't
dust it
know.
off a little bit.
Yeah, no. Is Montreal a serious consideration? Really?
I think it's more of a romantic
Yeah.
love for the city, and I don't know if it's real.
Roland on our text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Oakland also lost hockey. They had the
This they did,
Seals.
yeah.
Yeah, they did have the Seals. Yep.
Charlie Finley.
Yeah.
Yep.
They were really bad.
So Oakland is the big loser in all.
So
of
they've
this.
lost-
They are
yeah.
just a perennial loser of sports.
Yeah. But so to that list, I would say Vegas just because of the land. Simply just the land that they have available, that it wouldn't be like it's like you go find a plot of desert and go, all right, there you go.
Could you play in a AAA park for a year or two?
They just built well, maybe because they
Really?
just built a new park. Like their minor
Like if
league
you
park out
knew,
there is
could
new.
you get by for a year or two while you built?
Well, I guess the Blue Jays did, right? So
Yeah, I mean
Yes, you can.
the Las
The
Vegas
Blue Jays are playing in a minor league park
that's
right
what I'm
now.
saying.
Yeah,
So I guess you can. The answer is yes.
yeah, last year and this year. So I guess you could, if you spruce it up.
So
They're playing in a single A park right now, Dunedin, the spring training park.
Las Vegas ballpark named winner of 2019 AAA best of.
Like it's nice to list other cities. I mean, I can't imagine realistically anything
10,000.
anybody really has a like their odds have to be pretty astronomical past Vegas and Nashville, right? I mean, they have to be 1 and 2.
But this is
in some type
right.
well, I don't know what order, but they have to be 1 and 2.
But this is where you need the city with a group of people ready to jump in and pounce and say, here's our plan. We have our plan ready. Here's how the Oakland A's could come to our city. And I don't think that exists in this city right now.
Well, it doesn't feel like. I mean,
it certainly doesn't feel like it. Now, this is the first this story has come out, but I think people have known that this was inevitable, and I think it'll happen eventually in Tampa. The same kind of thing. Eventually, it'll hit a breaking point, and the Rays will say, either we got to have a new park or we are out of here.
Honestly, how are they not there already?
Well, what did we when we went down to Tampa a couple times? Didn't they say there's like 6 or 7 years left on their current lease?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the time ticking there.
That place is a dump. Sorry,
but
it is.
They built it before they knew they were going to have a team, and they built it and said, you know what? If we build it, eventually somebody will come here, and it worked. They just didn't build a really nice place for baseball.
No, they did not. We've been there.
Yeah, but but here's the difference, though. Why did this come out today? Why is this out there? I mean, this is not a news story. Why? So why is it a news story today?
Good question. Why today?
This has been, like you said, it's been going on for. It's got to be decades, right? I can't even. It's been so long. This story has been out there for a long time.
The
so
blessing
why today?
Did they get the blessing from the commissioner? That's what I wonder.
But why are they at wits' end today? Shouldn't they have been at wits' end 18 years ago?
Maybe they got some news from the city they didn't like, and they were like, okay, this is the last straw.
As opposed to the
you're
other,
not taking us seriously.
The other 400 times they were turned down?
I don't know. Well, some of the problems in the past have had to do with territorial rights. Like they've wanted to go to San Jose.
Right.
And the Giants have that territory, and they have blocked that, right? Otherwise, I think they would be in San Jose right now. But the Giants have that territory, and the Giants were not going to let them move there. So they have had to work within Oakland, and Oakland, as we know, as a city, has not had great financial times of late. They haven't been in a position to do much. So we've seen what's happened. Eventually, the Raiders are gone, the Warriors are gone, and now the A's are up.
Chase, why don't you tell everybody about some bets?
I will. Speaking of Vegas, BetMGM. I was actually in a BetMGM sportsbook about a week or so ago. You can score a major payday this May. See what they did there with BetMGM. It's the best time to sign up for the king of sportsbooks because they're giving new customers a shot at an easy $100. Register using the code 1025game100 and win $100 in free bets when you place a $1 money line wager on the Lakers or the Knicks. And if either team hits a 3, you are a winner, regardless of your bet's outcome. Whether you're raising the stakes on basketball and hockey playoffs or wagering on your favorite baseball team, BetMGM is always ready for action. Enjoy innovative parlay selection builders, daily promotions, boosted odds specials, and more. Download the app or go to betmgm.com. Use the code 1025game100 to win $100 when you bet just $1 on the Lakers or the Knicks, and either team gets a 3. New customer offer, paid and free bets. You must be 21 years or older, must be in Tennessee. Visit betmgm.com for a full list of terms and conditions. For problem gambling support, call the Tennessee Red Line at 800-889-9789.
The tag out at second base.
Nashville Sounds Baseball, the home of Hit City. Every hit.
Swung on, driven in the air. Go!
Strikeout.
Strike 3 called.
And home run of Sounds Baseball.
That ball is gone.
Can be heard all season long.
Sounds win.
On Nashville's home for ESPN Radio.
ESPN
94.9 and the Game Nashville app.
From the Fox 17 News Code Red Weather Center.
I'm Fox 17 News Code Red meteorologist Dan Guthrie. Mix of sun clouds continues. Highs upper 60s, lower 70s. A few scattered showers will start to push in this evening and overnight. Rain totals will be minimal.
This weather report brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Buy from where the dealers buy at Wholesale Inc. in Mount Juliet, powered by Rumbalong. They're rebuilding to be bigger and better than ever and are ready to put you in the vehicle of your dreams. They'll even trade or buy anything with a VIN number. Cars, trucks, motorcycles, motorhomes, boats, and more. Buying a used vehicle should be fun and exciting, not stressful and boring. For those reasons, Wholesale Inc. makes it simple to browse and shop thousands of used cars, trucks, SUVs, and more at wholesaleinc.com. When you're in the market for a quality pre-owned vehicle, buy from where the dealers buy. Wholesale Inc. on Eastgate Boulevard in Mount Juliet and wholesaleinc.com.
It's a seller's market, so why aren't more people selling? You could sell your Nashville home and make a fortune, but are you waiting because you can't find a home to buy? The Gary Ashton team has a solution. Don't sell without the intel. Today, you need a world-class team who can also get you into your next home. Over 200,000 people go to GaryAshton.com every month, so no other team has better Nashville property intel, including our off-market properties. It's the secret weapon that's helping us win the buyer battle, which gives you the confidence to sell today and get top dollar for your home. In other words, you can sell now, buy later, and relax. Cash in on your home equity now and get the best of all worlds. Call the Gary Ashton team with RE/MAX Advantage today at 615-301-1650 or visit GaryAshton.com. Remember, sell now, buy later, and don't sell without the intel.
Is sinking and settling concrete getting you down? Frontier state-of-the-art technology can solve your sinking concrete problems for a fraction of the cost of concrete replacement. Whether you have sinking stairs, pool decks, porches, or uneven sidewalks, get the help you need from the professionals. Frontier, the all things basement-y company, is the place to go. For a free estimate, call Frontier today at 615-285-5799 or online at thebuzzfrontier.com.
Jared Stillman.
Dad, why are we doing this? Because I said so. That's how Mike Vrabel is running the operation, at least with the fans.
And Company.
Getting the because I said so answer doesn't give us anything.
Tune in Stillman and Company for your drive home. Weekday afternoons from 2 to 6 on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app. Interact with Darren, Daunic, and Chase. Call or text the show at 615-737-1025. Driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com.
This is the end, beautiful friend.
Wrapping things up here on a Tuesday, Darren, Daunic, and Chase McCabe, Willie Daunic here with you at Third and Home as it's opening day for the Nashville Sounds, and what a night it's going to be as they are finally able to play baseball at First Horizon Park. I should say it's the home opener for the Nashville Sounds, and so you can catch that at 6:35 right or on ESPN 94.9, our sister station. So excited to be out here today, though, Willie, because it's been fun looking at the ballpark. It looks pristine.
Yes.
And then also hanging out here at Third and Home.
What did our buddy Doug Scopel say? 616 days since the last game here?
Yes.
Labor Day of 2019 is the last time they had a
Yeah.
Sounds game here. So we are looking forward to this action tonight.
As we close things out, wanted to do something kind of fun and a little special. You know, Willie, in your career, you've gotten to call a a lot of Pecorine saves, but somebody else that joins you and Pete Weber in that category is Tom Callahan.
Oh, yes.
Who is on the line with us.
He called a lot of big Pecorine wins back
he did.
on the rise of Pecorine back in the day.
Tommy C., what's up, man?
Hey, guys, what's going on?
It's been a while.
It has been a while. I even got to call a couple of Pekka's games in Milwaukee the season before I came to Nashville. He was still in Milwaukee. I was in Peoria in the American League back then, and I got to see this tall, lanky, 20-something-year-old goaltender who was supposed to big thing. And boy, we had a heck of a time in Milwaukee all year, in no small part due to him. And then he pops up in Nashville, and oh my goodness, what a run for Pekka. And you know, whether it's the end of it or not, I mean, there's saves that I think, especially those great rivalry games against Detroit, it's incredible to think back. There's one that I think of. He robbed Pavel Datsyuk, and I just lost my mind. He's done stuff that has probably been the most exciting stuff I've seen from a goaltender in my career.
Yeah, and we saw some of that last night. I mean, it was vintage Pekka, even though he's in a much different role now. You knew he was going to bring it last night because he hadn't played in a while, and just watching some of the things that he did, you know, throwing the stick down to make a save, it just kind of took you back to some of the things that you're talking about.
You know, and here's a guy who, for as big as he is, was always so athletic, could cover so much ground because he was that athletic. It's not just being big that is the key to success. Otherwise, you could throw anybody in net and they'd be fantastic. But, you know, Pekka always had a tremendous sense of the puck, of tracking not only where the play was, but where it was going. Tremendous anticipation, and he knew how to use that size and that length. And you're right. I mean, last night was vintage Pekka. It just watching him play, and I couldn't help but smile. You know, it just perfect. A shutout, the chance to really feel the appreciation from the fan has. But, you know, that's got to be a special moment for the player.
Oh, absolutely. And Bridgestone Arena was rocking. You know what that can be like. And even at a limited capacity, it still was loud. So what do you think watching this team from afar as they go up against Carolina in the playoffs? What are kind of your thoughts?
You know, it's funny, Chase. You look at how the season has gone for a lot of these teams. They're just sick of beating up on one another. It's been a weird year. You've only been in your division. And I hate to use a cliche like this, but I think a lot of times you can just kind of throw that stuff out the window, especially like that 5-0 win is huge, because no matter what you thought you knew about Carolina, or you thought you knew about how Nashville matched up, now all of a sudden, if you're a Preds fan, you're going, well, hang on a minute. We look pretty darn good here. And it gives you a great shot of confidence heading in, and it should. You know, it doesn't matter what you've done all season. How are you playing right now? How are your last 2 weeks? How's your health is also another big one. But man, Nashville, I'll be honest, early in the season, I did not think they had it. I didn't. Yeah. You know, watching these guys play, I'm like, oh, man, I just don't see how they're getting in. And then slowly but surely, they've been getting better. They've been improving. You know, things are coming together, and this is the time to do it. So, you know what? I think it's going to be an extremely competitive series. Carolina is a deep team. They have a lot of weapons. They're probably the most underappreciated team, I think, Carolina, in the NHL, but Nashville's probably not far behind them.
Talking to Tom Callahan, who for many years called a lot of great plays, as we talked about, from Pecorine, a lot of Predators wins. And so, Tom, you were a goalie coming up through, so you could see some of the technical stuff. I'm curious, when you first started watching him play, when did you start realizing, you know, they might have something special here?
You know, Willie, and that's a tremendous question. I think once he really started to work with another throwback guy, Mitch Korn.
Yes.
Mitch put in so much work, and I even was a product of a Mitch Korn goaltending school, although he doesn't admit that quite as fast. But you know, so it's watching him work with Mitch, where he took this raw athleticism and the ability to hurl himself in front of pucks, and started to not only tame it a little, but hone it. and give those moves a purpose and give his okay, you have this giant wingspan. What are you going to do with it? You're able to get post to post quickly. How are you going to properly do that? And I think we really saw as things kind of progressed through, that little bit of a Dan Ellis era for the Predators. And for those of you who may have to put on your way back hats for this one, but there was a season, I'm trying to remember if it was maybe 09-10, where, or it could have been actually 08-09 towards the tail end, where we really start to see Pekka, making not only the big saves that he's supposed to make, but the even bigger ones where he's out of position and has a sense of, okay, that's where the post is. I'm getting back to the post, and he does, and he takes things away. He knows the time and space, and then he can anticipate the 2-on-1 pass, the 3-on-1 pass. It didn't take too long, but really, for me, where he was playing his best was that run that Nashville made. I think, what was that, 11-12, where they ended up losing to Arizona and really shouldn't have. That team was tremendous, so much on there. And a lot of people say, well, they had a great defense, and they did, and they played that kind of style, but they were able to take chances and open up because Pekka was that rock in the back, and he just was so good for so long and consistent. That's the other thing that made him so good. Yes. Is he was consistent. He did the same thing night in and night out.
Todd, before we run out of time, everybody has got their own personal stories of Pekka Rinne away, just to sort of illustrate what kind of person he is, that you don't see. Although Stu Grimson made a point last hour, it was great. He said, of all the people that were in there last night, I'll bet you half of them had a personal experience with Pekka because he's always out there somewhere. But what's your favorite Pekka Rinne story behind the scenes?
So I actually have two of them. Number one was Pekka and I could sit and talk for 20 minutes just about gear. Every time he got new pads, we would talk about the pads and like what his modifications were and what he was doing with the manufacturers and the companies and everything. And we always talked about his masks. And so I love talking gear with Pekka, like just nerding out on that stuff. But the other one is I ran into him at a Lumineers concert at the Ryman. And there were a couple of the other guys there, but he was there. I think it was his girlfriend at the time. I don't know if they were married. And then, I was there with my girlfriend, and we just stood and we just talked. Normal people, great guy, like salt of the earth. And that's who Pekka is. And he's not a guy who's ever going to complain. He's not a guy who's ever going to really show you his frustrations, but he's just a normal, down-to-earth human being who is a superhuman hockey player. And I'll always remember kind of talking to him at that Lumineers concert just about some music, and occasionally we talk Finnish metal, that kind of thing. And that's what I remember. He's about a lot of these guys, but him in particular is just the person he is. And that's always going to be what I'm going to take with me outside. The highlights will always be there for me to watch, but that's what I will remember.
Absolutely. Hey, Tom, it is a pleasure to talk to you. It's been a while, and thanks for calling in and sharing some memories.
Absolutely, guys, and good luck to the Sounds of the Ballpark today. Nothing like being outside in the sunshine and playing some ball.
Absolutely. He is Tom Callahan, longtime broadcaster, and, of course, an alum here at 102.5 The Game as well. That's a great way to wrap up the show. We appreciate Third and Home and the Sounds for having us here today as they open their ballpark again tonight. 6:35 first pitch. You can hear pregame starting at 6:20 on ESPN 94.9. Stick around.
The horizon. Cutting gets his second.